Here comes Ollie Price for the first delivery of the day to Callaway, who drives it into the offside and will pick up at least a single, just a single, to deep extra cover.
Wicketless for 53 runs as he bowls now, and this is driven out through the offside and for 4. First ball, a drive ball from Murphy, a little over pitched, and Callaway. Succession yesterday, fielding's been pretty good. Haven't had a great deal of chances in terms of catches, and they won't be catching that one because that's an on drive from Ingram, and he's really played that with.
Van Buren bowls, Ingram pulls at that one as if to disprove my remarks. Pulled furiously at it and really clobbered it a very long way through mid-wicket.
They're picking off the singles, Van Buren. Oh, that just evaded slip. Not sure if it carried, but it should dribble all the way for 4. Yes, it does.
To the outcome almost. Singdale bowls a short ball, and that's shovelled away. Low pull from Ingram for 4. Between deep square and long leg. And last ball of this over from Singdale. Bowls to Callaway, and I think that's come off. No, it's come off batter. Let's say it's sounded a little bit thuddy.
Actor steaming in from the River Taff end, and that's a bish over point. It was slightly streaky from Callaway. In the end, it evaded Phillips. Actor bowls. That's cut aggressively by Colin Ingram. It was short, bit of width to work with.
They're not playing that way in Division 1. Driving hard and straight through cover.
Yeah,
and that's 4. Yeah, it's not easy as it's bouncing.
From the Cathedral Road end. That's driven firmly. That's a cracking shot by Callaway. Past mid-off for 4. And that a shot of a man. Bailey then. His first ball to Callaway, who drives, and that'll be his century all the way to the boundary for 4. Raises his hand in triumph. Ingram congratulates. Getting to 3 figures. That's through mid-wicket, and that will be another boundary. It should dribble on. Yes, it will. Through mid-wicket for 4. Now, and that's straying down leg, and that's going to be a 3rd boundary of this over. Archie Bailey finding life tough at the moment.
As Ingram pulls this one through the leg side, and that's the moment that he's been waiting for. He has waited patiently, but Colin Ingram putting that one away.
Fielder, and that's been it really.
This one is pulled away without shouts of catch, but Zaman Akhtar is nowhere near that. And
at the start of the match, Murphy bowls reverse sweep, hit firmly and hit for 4. There's nobody between mid-off and backward point. I peered round the monitor almost expecting to see a fielder out there, but there isn't one. Murphy in, and too much flight, too full and too wide, and driven through the covers for 4. Teased.
As Hammond bowls, oh, that's a filthy ball down leg side, and Ingram helps it away for 4 down towards fine leg, having to swivel on that one and of the session, and edges it rather, but safely wide of slip. They'll go for 1. In fact, Ingram turns and sees that there's an easy second run available.
Graham Van Buren to open the bowling from the Cathedral Road end has taken 1 wicket of Gloucestershire's 4
jobs off a similar shorter ball. Akhtar uppercuts. There is a chance here for Murphy, and he takes it. So Ingram's innings is at an end, and the short ball does work for Gloucestershire. They have a 5th wicket, and
might be soon.
Quarter to 4. Oh, that's pulled away by Callaway and brilliantly taken by Hammond at short backward square, and Ben Callaway's excellent innings comes to an end. Gentleman commentator, as Akhtar bowls and Van der Hoogten pulls, and will get 4 runs. Fine of fine leg, wide of Hammond. At again Akhtar. Van der Hoogten takes on the pull shot, and he's played that in nice controlled fashion, and he's managed to bisect the deep leg side fielders.
2 results in the positive fashion. Pulled away in the air. Van Buren drops it short and is pulled for 1 bounce 4. So Chris Cook.
As Van der Hoogten does go for the big shot and gets it away, over, wide, mid, on, and it's gone all the way. Well, that's a heck of a pickup from Van der Hoogten.
Still largely leg side field. That's reverse swept. That may go all the way, and it should. No one down there. At what?
Charlotte Edwards' side.
Price in, and that's cut, and that might go all the way as well. There's a chase on, but the ball is the winner through the covers for 4.
In comes Murphy down the pitch and driving firmly, and that will, I think, make it to the boundary. It does, yeah. Long on was the only fielder who could get close to that in the end. Could take a while at this rate. Murphy bowls, meeting that on the full toss and whipping the ball away. That's a good shot from Van der Hoogten. Hit it right between the 2 short mid-wickets. Last ball of the session. Maybe last ball of the session. It turns down the leg side. There isn't a run-out attempt at the non-striker's end. Everybody's sprawling about, lying on the floor. It's a bye, as just about diving to make his ground was Cook, as Hammond tried to tip the ball onto the stumps on the throw.
A hard striker in there as Van der Hoogten hooks that one and is caught by Hammond at deep backward square. One of 3 fielders out. Van der Hoogten falls into the trap. Actor has his wicket. It's 465 for 7.
Miles Hammond, reverse sweep coming out from Chris Cook, and that is his half a century. That's come in 103 balls, much to the applause of the Glamorgan faithful. Through the course of the 3 days, Hammond for the reverse sweep, so there should be runs here. Might not be 4 of them. Yes, it is, and that was well executed.
As that's nicely driven by Gorvin back down the ground. He gets into double figures with that, moves on to 11.
From the Cathedral Road end, reverse sweeping is Chris Cook, and to full effect, because that has gone all the way. Hammond, well, he is charging down the wicket. That is more like Chris Cook. A few bounces. No, it's full maximum.
Way in to bold down leg side. That's flicked something and gone down to fine leg. Bat. Just a little leg glance.
Next delivery comes in, and that's been edged and caught at first slip. Van Buren does have a second wicket, and Chris Cook pretty much guiding it into the hands of Ollie Price. I was too busy watching the delivery. Down the pitch, and I think that is quite clearly stumped. And James Bracey makes doubly sure by whacking off the bails to one side.
Harris tries the reverse sweep and he's out. Harris goes for 8. Murphy at last has some reward, and Glamorgan are dismissed for 528.
Harris with 1 wicket in the first innings comes in, and that's a first boundary of the Gloucestershire innings, played confidently behind backward point and runs all the way. And coming in to bowl, which is negotiated by Cameron Bancroft, and that is stumps on the 3rd day's play of this Division 2 County Championship match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire.
It's good morning, boring out to our two-match umpires, Chris Watts and Anthony Harris. And good morning, boring out as well as the Glamorgan team, led into the field by captain Sam Murphy. And good morning, boring as well as the two not-out batters from Gloucestershire, Cameron Bancroft and Josh Phillips.
That's why he probably batted so like as well. And he didn't go out last night.
Very good morning and welcome to BBC Sport Live from Sophia Gardens, where the Gloucestershire openers Cameron Bancroft and Joe Phillips are taking to the middle, with the scoreboard reading 12 without loss. Gloucestershire 136 runs in arrears. And the question, simple today: can Gloucestershire bat out the day and get a draw?
It is
Ben Kellaway to bowl in the first over of the morning. Gloucestershire have already survived 11 overs, putting on just 12 runs, but it was the fact that they were unbeaten is the crucial thing for Gloucestershire. I'm Nick Webb. Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol is alongside me. Kenneth Davis will be joining us in half an hour or so. Ed's Gloucestershire with a survival task that looks fairly achievable.
Yes, I think they would hope that it would be. You see plenty of these final day survival acts around the county circuit, and with 10 wickets in hand and a Kookaburra ball and a pitch which I think has probably had another dose of heavy roller on it, you would think that they ought to be backing themselves. However, if they get the jitters and lose a couple of early ones, then Glamorgan will be hunting further scalps.
Here's Kellaway then from the Cathedral Road end into bowl to Phillips, who leg glances. It's picked up at short backward square. There are 2 catches on the leg side, 2 on the off side, always good to see. And a lot of the work will be on Kellaway today because Mason Crane may not be able to bowl. Morgan spinner as Kellaway bowls and Phillips drives gently into the offside. Checking round the field, there is what looks like a sub-fielder at silly point there. As Callaway in, and that's deflected on the leg side. Usual entirely artificial drama from the close fielders. As in comes Callaway, bowls short, turned round the corner. First runs of the morning for Joe Phillips, and may well be 4 of them. He's timed that one quite nicely, and beats the dash of Zain Ul Hassan towards the square leg boundary, and Gloucestershire move under 16 for naught, 132 runs in arrears.
And it feels like an obvious thing to say, but scoring runs with the deficit at 132 important today. It's not just one of those days where it's all purely about just batting the entire day. Gloucestershire can help themselves out by scoring runs as well.
And that one is turned on the leg side by Phillips, who's on 11 not out. There's no run.
Certainly last night it was all about survival, and with the exception of a couple of dodgy runs, to say the least, they did it.
Callaway bowls turned away on the leg side. There'll be at least a single, probably 2, as it is pursued by Sam Northeast. It's a comfortable 2, and Gloucestershire move on to 18 without loss. 6 runs off the first over, and Kieran Carlson, polishing hard at the ball, may be called upon to do a bit of bowling today, which he hasn't done a lot of this season, with Bashir and Callaway in the side, and latterly Crane and Callaway.
I bet he jumped out of bed with excitement at the prospect this morning. Can't wait to do some bowling today. Van der Hugten, who has tormented Gloucestershire many a time in the past, 4 wickets in the first innings, looking to remove the prized scalp of Cameron Bancroft at the top of that Gloucestershire order. 5 consecutive half-centuries coming into this innings, but a task on his hands, a leg slip and a short leg, as Van der Hugten bowls to Bancroft, who's forward. A tidy defensive shot to his first ball of the morning. We've had the sound check of reliably informed Alanis Morissette.
Well, we assume it's her and her band, because some rather loud rock-type noises were wafting over.
I'm really
from Blackware.
Delighted that all seems to have gone okay. If anybody's got tickets, then it's sounding great. Van der Hugten bowls to Bancroft, who lifts the bat up and out of the way of that one, as Van der Hugten's attempt to lure Bancroft into a shot outside the off stump that he doesn't really want to go for proves unsuccessful this time. There's nobody down at gully or on the deep third boundary, so side edge, really, as long as he gets a thick enough one, he should be all right. Van der Hugten in now, he bowls, and Bancroft turns that into the leg side for his first runs of the morning, and it will be runs because he's picked the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and trotting through for 2, 20 for no wicket. Bancroft on 7, and whilst Glamorgan's bowlers were miserly, and they did draw Bancroft into I think one play and miss yesterday evening. It was more about the nerves in terms of the running between the wickets, which was on display. Van der Hugten in now, and no shot from Bancroft, so you'd hope that the situation, with everything having calmed down a bit this morning from a Gloucestershire perspective, that they can just focus on batting, and as Graham Van Buren said yesterday evening, there's an opportunity for some people to go out there and get a big score, and imagine there's, well, why is he batting at 5? There's a part of him that thinks it'd be quite nice if I didn't get in until long into the afternoon stroke evening. As Van der Hoogten is in, and this is turned into the leg side on the bounce to short leg, who has a shovel of the ball towards the stumps, misses them, and the backing up is done. Had that a couple of times yesterday with Asa Tribe under the helmet there, trying to catch Bancroft on a wander. But welcome to you, wherever you're listening. There's an awful lot of choice of sporting action this morning, 11 o'clock, so we're honoured that you've chosen us. Van der Hoogten is in now, and forward is Bancroft holding the pose of that defensive shot, and well, it's a long way to be counting down overs from. It's gone from 96 to 94. There we go. There's
Tom
the mystery
Norton
man.
is the mystery man, young all-rounder in the academy, and one suspects that he'll be on the field for the entire day, to be honest. If Mason Crane has picked up a side strain of some nature. Crane came out to bat at 11 yesterday, which we didn't read too much into because Glamorgan's bottom 3 are fairly interchangeable. But then we saw Ned Leonard doing some fielding in the brief evening session. Callaway is in to bowl, and forward comes Phillips and defends. In the Test match, England put India in to bat. They are 4 without loss. And there's no score in the British and Irish Lions game in Queensland, as that's driven by Phillips to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. You mentioned Asa Tribe. We've had clarification from Glamorgan that he's not expected to miss any T20 blast matches, as this is driven by Phillips, no run. Despite his selection in the Jersey squad for the T20 World Cup qualifiers in the Netherlands. And we've been looking through the Jersey schedule, and 2 of Jersey's 4 matches are on the same day as Glamorgan fixtures. Callaway in, bowls, and Phillips stepping back, giving himself room, and they've scrambled through for a quick single to point. One of the games in the Netherlands, Ed has been doing his best travel agent business, but can't see any feasible way to get from Taunton at 10 o'clock on a Friday night to Voorburg in the Netherlands by 10 a.m. I suppose that's 11 a.m. Dutch time, but
short of driving through the night and maybe getting an overnight Eurotunnel, I'm not sure.
As that's defended by Bancroft, no run, 21 without loss.
It's a 6 a.m. flight, but that's a 6 a.m. flight to Amsterdam, and Voorburg is on the outskirts of The Hague.
As Callaway bowls, driven on the leg side, no run by Bancroft. So unless Tribe has got a very cunning plan up his sleeve, he may only end up featuring for Jersey in one of those qualifiers, which doesn't clash directly with a Glamorgan game. So best of luck to him, whatever he ends up doing.
Almost want to ask him now after the day's play, even though he doesn't know me. I could pretend I'm an enormous fan of Jersey cricket.
Yes.
I've actually got relatives on the island, don't you know? I don't. But anyway, it'd be interesting to see how that plays out. I don't know what the situation is with Italy and Grant Stewart as well, because Kent are in the mix as well as far as South Group qualification, so I can't imagine they'd be willing to release Grant Stewart unless somehow he weren't required, but I'm sure he will be, because he's a very useful, well, more than useful player for Kent. There are 2 slips in place for Phillips rather than the slip and the leg slip, short mid wicket and short leg. Phillips drives pleasantly through a vacant mid off. He's not knocked the cover off it, so it's probably going to be 2. The throw is slung in by Ul Hassan. And the score moves on to 23 without loss. Phillips having already added 9. He's on to 16. The deficit 125. So the usual business of 2 overs off plus the one in progress once Gloucestershire do get in front. Van der Hugten in. Oh, Phillips has got caught on the crease there a bit. I think they pad well outside the line of off and maybe too high anyway, but a little bit of nip possibly from Van der Hugten. The emphasis on possibly. We haven't seen a great deal of lateral movement in this game, to say the least. Ball just popping up off pad into the offside. Van der Hugten runs in now, he bowls, and Phillips with a flourish defends into the leg side for no run. Certainly imagine from Phillips's perspective this represents another good opportunity at the top of the order. He's not failed at the top. In fact, he's very rarely failed in his now 6-match first-class career, but I'm sure he'd dearly love to go on and get a big one, but these things do take time. Van der Hugten to the crease, bowls, and back foot drive, and then a half stop from Kellaway at backward point. They weren't able to come through for a single as it's parried off to mid-off. It did take this is no slight on Ollie Price, because we know what he's gone on to do since, but it did take Ollie Price quite a while to build up to his first 100, and Ben Charlesworth also with a long wait until Grace Road last year. So Gloucestershire will certainly stay patient, as they should, because he does look a tidy player, does Phillips, as he comes forward and defends out of the middle of the bat back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Yes, it's always a difficult place to come into the sides, isn't it, opening the batting?
Yeah, particularly opening, exactly. And, I mean, he's only, I think I'm right in saying, only just finished his studies, so a lot of other things going on as well. Silly mid-off moves in as Van der Hugten is in, and that's defended into the leg side on the bounce. And the end of another over at 23 without loss, with very little in terms of alarms for Gloucestershire in the early going. Still, though, 92 overs available to Glamorgan, and in those overs they'll need to grab 10 wickets and, you'd think, surely score some runs as well.
Andrew Stitson on X says the lack of urgency from lunch on yesterday was baffling. Not sure what they were trying to achieve. Needed more than 90 overs to win this one. Well, it's 96 today, 11 last night, but no breakthroughs yet in the first 15 as Kellaway bowls and played away neatly on the onside by Bancroft. Ul Hassan comes in from square leg to field. Rhys Grant suggests that some minor counties might be added to the one-day cup to make up some fixtures and square up the groups a little.
I think we should have the Netherlands and Scotland back.
Kellaway bowls, that's short and turned away on the leg side by Phillips. He'll pick up a couple fairly easily here. 26 without loss. Yes, they've been in and out. I think Ireland were in one of the competitions at one point.
Yes, I think they were. Was that back in the... No, it wasn't the 40 over league, was it? But they've definitely been in it in the past. I think did they occasionally appear in the early stages of the knockout cup as well?
May well be right. As Kellaway is in to bowl, and forward comes Phillips. Yes, how on earth did they fit knockout competitions into the schedule without leaving large numbers of professional cricketers sitting round for a week or two? The mind boggles, and to those who suggest it, it's not going to happen.
Anybody say John Player League?
Oh. There's Callaway bowls. Oh, that's clipped pretty much through short leg, and backward short leg rather. Ingram could do nothing about it. It was off the fairly full bat, and Phillips picks up 4 runs. As the replay shows, it was slightly aerial. Ingram couldn't quite get a hand on it.
I mean, it's pretty much what Callaway's bowling for as well. You've got the short leg for the bat pad, but also leg slip for that sometimes rather blind turn down the leg side.
30 for no wicket. Callaway bowls. Phillips flicks it into the leg side. Fielded by Norton, and there's no run. And with regard to Alanis Morissette and her band warm-ups, that's short and hoiked away down towards backward square leg. Ul Hassan fields. Callaway's really needs to be giving it a little bit more air, you feel. Bowling fairly short and hoping that a clip on the leg side will be mistimed. 31 without loss. Phillips has 23 of them. Di Williams says, bet they're looking forward to Anthrax and Slayer tomorrow. Thankfully, the cricket here doesn't coincide with this, but I'm sure there'll be some Parks games that head banging will be possible on the agenda.
Van der Hoogten will run in with the jagged little pill.
Don't be ironic.
It will be already. It's 16 overs old. Be very jagged. Now, the slip cordon seemed to have decided to move even closer after the last over. Kieran Carlson is really right on the borderline of where he might be wearing a helmet at second slip. Silly mid-off, short leg. Van der Hoogten in and bowls, and Phillips has a waft at that one. That was a fairly indeterminate shot, and he doesn't get an edge to it.
Rather flat-footed prod. He pokes at the pitch to suggest that it was all the pitch's fault and not a poor shot. British and Irish Lions are losing 7-0 to Queensland Reds after 18 minutes.
De Hoogten toss of the ball from hand to hand, approaches again, bowls, and Phillips this time the picture of care and attention as he plays the ball to mid-on, and as he does like to do, Phillips, he's a glove remover, seemingly. Off goes that right glove. There's a bit of a dry of the hands on his trousers.
India 9 for no wicket having been put in.
Fortress Edgbaston. Van der Hoogten in now. He bowls to Phillips, who drives out to point, and Callaway fields. Hit that one well, but just couldn't find the gap. There are plenty of gaps available. Glamorgan at least showing that they are on the attack this morning at last.
Morning Ed, says Mark on email.
Good morning, Mark.
Sadly, I don't think we'll be able to see even a token declaration today. 10 to 5 will be the earliest we get a token declaration. If Gloucestershire at least 100 ahead by then.
Oh gosh, Van der Hoogten bowls. This is just punched off the back foot wide of mid-off. Come through for a single. 32 without loss. She's at it again, is she?
Perhaps the support band's got a sound check as well.
It could be.
We will only see a result if there's a massive Gloucestershire implosion, and that can be never ruled out, says Mark. A chance, though, for Phillips to show what he can do. Mark R. said, how highly do you rate him? Go to bat in the second 11, but few chances in the championship.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, Bancroft is forward to defend. Well, I don't know. I mean, I must say I'm always a bit loath to make the big calls on players, but I don't see any reason why he shouldn't have a long and successful first-class career. You wouldn't want to say anything other than that at this point. As I say, you partly never one for really piling the pressure on a young player anyway, but as Rothesay is in, and Bancroft gets a little bit squared up by that one, but keeps it down and plays it back to the bowler. 32 without loss at the end of that over. Struggling to maintain my train of thought.
Should we turn that one down?
I was trying to work out whether it's talking or singing or what. There's an ill noise blowing on the wind.
I think that's the roadie counting to 10, possibly. Apologies, there is nothing we can do about it other than sending a squad of heavies over to storm the stage and gag everyone concerned until 6 o'clock.
But no, Phillips, going back to Phillips, he looks like a good timer of the ball. He already looks as if he's got a pretty good idea of the areas that he wants to score in, which is always good to see. He's not coming up there and either just blocking or going for shots that aren't in his book. He knows his strong areas seemingly and has an organised defence, so yeah, exciting prospect.
Callaway bowls, driven by Phillips up to Van der Hoogten at mid-on. Lions are back at 7 points all. A try by Freeman, converted by Russell. Callaway bowls, and Phillips is forward defending back to the bowler. The education system is obviously in fine shape. Roadies can count to 10. Gloucestershire 32 without loss. They haven't counted that far yet. Phillips forward defending, no run. North East fields at short mid wicket. Yes. As in comes Callaway, bowls, turned on the leg side by North East.
They do love a countdown at the cricket.
We've got
these days. Thankfully not in the county championship yet. Countdown from 10, and then we might wait another 30 seconds.
Yes, and the bowler will bowl well. He's ready to. 32 without loss. Al Hassan is brought in from the boundary, and that's
it's negative bowling.
Yeah, yes. I don't think there's any reason for Glamorgan to be involved in negative bowling. Everything they do will be aimed at taking a wicket, you would have hoped, but that's gone down leg side again from Callaway, so he's obviously trying to tempt Phillips into an indiscretion with those close fielders in there.
It's funny though, I do tend to find when you've got a spinner bowling round the wicket and bowling with a leg slip and a short leg, it's only negative bowling if the opposition are doing it.
Yes, I think must remember to stick the earplugs in tomorrow with the heavy metal fest on the horizon. And seriously, I mean, I live a good couple of miles away and you can hear it.
Yeah, I bet.
And then we've got Mr. Wonder to finish things off, which hopefully will be a little more melodic.
Right. I'm sure there's all sorts going on in Bristol this weekend at the very least. Short ball and pulled by Bancroft in controlled fashion. He won't be able to see it cross the boundary rope, but we'll have to come back for 2 runs as Gorvin fields from fine leg. Bancroft into double figures, 34 without loss. He is 2-10 exactly. 47 deliveries. It was a watchful stint from Bancroft yesterday evening. Glamorgan giving it their all to try and get an early scalp. Van der Hoogten bowls. That's turned slightly uppishly by Bancroft. It was short of Tribe at short leg, but enough to cause further gasps from Glamorgan fielders. no run, as it's tidied up by Norton at mid-wicket. It's sort of the feast or famine cricket name, that really, isn't it? Norton.
Very good.
All or nothing cricketer, I suppose. Here comes Van der Hugten. He bowls to Bancroft, who's forward defending, and Van der Hugten, he looks like a man who feels like he might be set for a long haul of bowling, as he doesn't bend down with the air of somebody particularly determined to get straight back to the end of his mark and charge in again. The end of his mark. I've got to stop saying that, because it's the end
The
of
mark
the run
at the end of
or
the
the
run.
mark, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not the end of the mark. Well, I suppose actually technically it is if you come from the back of it, but this is edged by Bancroft, but played softly enough, wide of first slip anyway, and there's nobody down there to stop that one, so he will collect his first boundary, 38 without loss.
This is actually worse than what we heard in the warm-up, isn't it? Because at least there were attempts to
that provided
play
the soundtrack.
reasonable sections of songs in that, as opposed to someone mindlessly counting to 10.
I think it's working.
Give us a bit of variety, do it in Welsh.
Here comes Van der Hugten, he bowls, and this is turned leg side by Bancroft to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Oh, we're getting some variety in terms of how the numbers are being read out now. Good grief.
Be a sound clash with Dr. Higdon on the PA at lunchtime.
Well, exactly. What a juxtaposition that will be.
A rap battle. Refreshments may be obtained.
Oh dear. Scorecards can be seeked. Van der Hugten bowls and Bancroft runs that away. It's a good looking shot behind square on the offside. There'll be a diving stop from Kellaway. Slides away towards the boundary, and they're happy just to stick with the 2 runs. 40 without loss, well guided by Bancroft to end the over, and that's 8 runs from that Van der Hugten over, which is more runs than he'd conceded in his previous 7.
Yeah, 0 for 15 off 8 now, and Glamorgan really going with their bowlers most likely to, I suppose. First up, it'll be interesting to see whether they use the backup spin of Carlson straight away in the absence of Crane from the field. Glamorgan's seconds are playing away to Worcestershire at somewhere called Ombersley, which I'd never heard of before, at 1 o'clock. And interestingly, it's nearly all staff players in that Glamorgan 11. As Callaway is in to bowl, and Phillips is forward.
There's a review going on in the test match for LBW.
Keeper's posted. Callaway is in to bowl to Phillips, who's back on his stumps playing to mid-wicket. Northeast does the fielding, and there's no run.
He's not hit it. Oh, it's pitched in line.
Da-da-da-da.
And it's umpire's call on height. Oh, wow. That's smashing into the bail.
Driven down the ground by Phillips. Nice shot. Through mid-off for 4 runs. Gloucestershire dashing away. 44 without loss. The deficit is down to 104.
We did see Murphy trying to bowl a lot with this field yesterday, with almost no protection really on the offside, trying, as you say, for the clip, which is either mistimed or a bat pad possibly, but it does mean that as soon as you overpitch fractionally, even if it's on the stumps, you're quite likely to be driven away for runs.
6-3 leg side field. Callaway in bowls, driven back to him on the bounce by Phillips. Glamorgan's second side, by the way, Glamorgan listeners will recognise most of these names: Horton, Smale, Bevan, Root, Byram, Douthwaite, Nichols, Leonard, McIlroy, Morris and Franco, all but the teenage left-arm spinner Romano Franco, staffers. Callaway bowls, hit down into the ground by Phillips, bouncing up towards one of the mid-wickets, and there's no run. With Jack Hope Bell as 12th, as a young batter who played for, I think it was an England Lions type under-19 side the other day. As Phillips defends back to the bowler, there is no run. Gloucestershire are 44 without loss. They trail by 104 runs, and it is now 12 all between Queensland Reds and the British and Irish Lions. End the over here on BBC Sport Online, and Kenneth Davis will come and attempt some impromptu rap or something.
Once he's finished his work on the drums that you can hear over the microphone. Just to keep you updated with the game at Chesterfield, which does have a significant bearing on the promotion race. Lancashire needs 7 wickets on the final day there to wrap up a victory. Derbyshire at this point require a further 350 runs to win that game from a minimum of 88.5 overs. They're going to have to score at 4 and over, which I suppose could be possible if they got wickets in hand, but already 3 down, and not the deepest batting lineup that you've seen from Derbyshire. Zach Chappell is due in at 8, and then they've got Morley, Aitchison and Tickner below him, so really a lot of the work you feel has to be done by Wayne Madsen, who's at the crease at the moment on 52, and Brooke Guest on 36, so we'll keep an eye on that. There's actually been 12 runs scored off 2 legitimate deliveries of that over now. I look. James Harris is into the attack and striking Bancroft on the pad. Gone LBW. First ball, change of bowling and change of ends for Harris, who I think has bowled all his overs from the Cathedral Road end, and he gets one just to square Bancroft up. It did look pretty close, and Ant Harris raises the finger, and that certainly does change the feeling of things this morning. That is a prize wicket for Glamorgan, and Bancroft out LBW for the second time in the match for 16, Gloucestershire 44 for 1, still behind by just over 100.
Well, it must have been something Nick said. As soon as he vacates his seat, it all happens. Where on earth did that come from? Because we were anticipating a long day. It still might be, because nothing untoward or concerned Gloucestershire has happened this morning so far, but he was trapped, Bancroft, on his stumps, and it was a good shout, and Glamorgan have struck, so at least that gives us something to chew over, because it's been very, very difficult, and still might be for the bowlers today. A lot of hard work to be done, especially with Mason Crane absent at present, and if we get any news on Mason Crane's situation, we will inform you ASAP. But it was the reason that he didn't bowl last night, and it is a blow for Glamorgan, because well, if you want someone out there to conjure something up on a flat track, it is a leggy. But in saying that, Glamorgan have struck through James Harris.
Yeah, and that's the one that, with all respect to Joe Phillips, who's played well so far for his 28, that's the one they really wanted to get early. Bancroft, somebody who can bat for such a long time, and certainly did so in the second innings at Bristol, where he batted for 366 deliveries for his 176. Ollie Price is in at 3. Harris 2. Price. He starts him off with a bouncer, which Price ducks underneath. And whilst it wasn't an innings that Ollie Price would look back on with an enormous amount of fondness in the first innings, 24 off 93 balls would certainly do a job for Gloucestershire this time around. Was at the crease for almost 2 hours, struck 3 boundaries, and then was out to James Harris. It was his only wicket in that first innings, pulling a ball straight into the hands of Carlson at mid-wicket, but in fact the previous ball was called a wide. I missed that, apologies. 45 for 1. Harris to Price, who edges it for 4. Wide of slip again, nowhere near carrying, so you can see why they don't have a second slip in place. And with that wide, it means that Price is off the mark to his first delivery. It reduces the deficit to 99. Gloucestershire 49 for 1, but certainly with Bancroft's departure there will be a few nerves now.
India 15 for no wicket, having been put in to bat in the Test match, and the British and Irish Lions have their noses in front, 14-12 with 6 minutes to go before half-time.
Harris to Price, who's forward, confidently defending, to wide mid-off.
Didn't catch who the second try. Freeman scored the first one. Second one was a short-range effort from the forwards. Might have been Pierre Schumann playing. Nick having a look. Oh, it was Andrew Porter, the Irishman, but not having it all their own way in Brisbane.
Wow, this is something you don't see too often. 2 close catches under the helmet on the leg side. It's pretty much a short leg and a forward short leg, as Price is forward and defending into the offside, where there are only 3 fielders counting the slip.
We've heard the argument this morning already. Should Glamorgan have pressed ahead quicker yesterday? We were discussing it, but obviously being devil's advocate, they may have lost wickets at a quicker rate, so you never know.
Harris to Price, back of a length and dabbed away wide of backward point. They were thinking about a single. Ollie Price was thinking about a single, but it was Phillips's call and he didn't move at all. So in the end there was no real mix-up because Phillips was decisive in his call of no. Ollie Price with the thumbs up to say, yeah, fair enough, and then down for a glove punch. Yeah,
I mean, the reality is it's a batter's wicket. It's going to be tough for the bowlers, whatever. And they're going to have to get through an awful lot of work today.
Harris, last ball of the over, in full and wide and driven, but straight to wide mid-off to end the over. First successful over for Glamorgan. We've had 10 this morning, so roughly Glamorgan going at the rate of wicket taking that they will need, but they'll need it more than 1 every 10 overs because Gloucestershire will be knocking that deficit off as well. 49 for 1, 28 to Phillips and 4 to Price. However, to get that wicket of Bancroft just around about that first half hour, I think Glamorgan would say they're fairly on track. But yeah, going back to the discussion about yesterday, I mean, I think I made it fairly clear that it wouldn't have been the way that I would have played it. However, it probably only becomes a discussion point in the end if Gloucestershire are about 7 down at the end and you think, well, actually they could have used 20 overs there.
Callaway continuing from the Cathedral Road end, and in Mason Crane's absence will have to put a shift in. Well, drama at the Suncorp Stadium. There's a try from Duan van der Merwe. Callaway coming in. And that is that caught out? It is! Now then, Phillips has gone, and it was Tribe at short leg at the second time of asking. It was parried in the air. He grabbed it at the second attempt. Sharp catch by Asa Tribe, and Gloucestershire 2 down.
Well, he's got what he was bowling for, Callaway, bowling on leg stump. It was flicked away and timed well by Phillips. Terrific reactions there from Tribe just to get the initial hand on it. I mean, he's just palmed it up in the air with his right hand and then been able to take it on the rebound. It's excellent technique, and it's what they practice when they're hit as hard as that, you've just got to try and get some sort of hand on it and tip it up in the air with that down to up motion, and it's worked a treat. And well, that was a dismissal that did seem to be on the cards a bit with Phillips. There was the ball that he turned in the air past Ingram at leg slip. There were a couple of shots that he played off his pads where
and just
he thought
losing
it might come into play.
And just losing Bancroft, as you mentioned,
yes,
the senior statesman.
Exactly. Now there will be concerns and nerves,
But brilliant work by Asa Tribe. It is a very difficult fielding position, but he brilliantly parried it up, and a brilliant catch. Now then, a bit of pressure. Miles Hammond coming in, who scored 31 in the first innings for Gloucestershire. Saw a bit of turn for Miles Hammond yesterday with the ball. But Gloucestershire are under some pressure.
Yeah, Hammond actually, I mean, I think back, for example, to a game against Lancashire 3 years ago when Hammond batted for a very long time on that final day. Gloucestershire had 6 wickets in hand and got very close to surviving.
But this is where you want to be bowling now. 2 new batters at the helm.
Yes, what I was going to say was that Hammond is somebody that by nature is an attacking player. It doesn't mean that he can't play those innings, as I mentioned, but you know, Glamorgan will feel they've got a chance with Hammond out there.
With Gloucestershire still trailing by 99 in the 22nd over of their innings. Left-hand bat Miles Hammond takes guard. Close catches on either side with a slip in place for Ben Kellaway, who comes in around as the sound check continues, as that is played into the offside defensively by Hammond, and there's no run. Sound check stop play, that would be a new one. Kellaway coming in, bowls, good length delivery, forward is Hammond, takes a stride in, and that's played on the onside, and it's a dot ball. This a good over as Kellaway tries to build some pressure, having taken the wicket of Phillips. 2 slips in now for Ben Kellaway. Good flight on the ball, played down to mid-on, and it's fielded by Andy Gorvin.
So I think that try in the Lions match coincided with the wicket here, and then there's also been a wicket at Edgbaston.
It's all happening. It's all going off. Kellaway is wide, and that is cut. Just evaded second slip. It's gone down. There's no third man. It's a chase for Ul Hassan, who hurls it back to the slip cordon. Well, there was a try for the Lions for that well-known Duan van der Merwe. They may score again. And then there was a try disallowed for the Queensland Reds. And yes, Ed, a wicket has fallen.
Yeah.
At the Test match.
KL Rahul playing on to Chris Wokes. So, well, I mean, the 2 wickets lost. You'd have to say very much a second wicket bought. Bancroft playing round a straight one. I still don't think that anything has changed really out there in terms of what there is on offer. There's a fraction of turn for Kellaway, but it's not turning a massive amount, and it certainly isn't moving about very much. But there's pressure and there's nerves, and there's certainly nerves now that Bancroft's been dismissed. And I think anyone that thought this was going to be a simple task for Gloucestershire to bat these overs out, they might be reconsidering at this point.
Well, 90 overs is a long time to bat whatever. It's a full day, so as we mentioned, early wickets could cause some panic, and it may do. 21-12 half time for the Lions in Brisbane.
So Harris to start his second over. There's a silly mid-off right in the face of Ollie Price. That's not really the delivery that you want to see if you're fielding there. Slightly back of a length, and Ollie Price later on in his innings possibly would have tried to rock back and drive that full-bloodedly through extra cover. Didn't get a great amount of bat on it. Thudded off into the offside for no run. Both openers back in the hutch. Van Buren due in next. Bracey, Charlesworth. Wouldn't want to be leaving it up to the bowlers again, Gloucestershire, as Price defends to point for no run. He certainly did in the first innings when it looked as though they were going to fall a long way short, and you still think, well, where the heck would Gloucestershire be in this game were it not for that Bracey-Bailey partnership that added a 89 runs that saw Gloucestershire from a position where it looked as though they were going to be miles short to just about par, possibly first innings score, as Price comes forward and plays into the ground, stopped at silly mid-off. And Chris Cook came out and made 75 as well, but it really was that partnership between Ingram and Kellaway that did the trick yesterday for Glamorgan. 254, breaking the 5th wicket stand record for Glamorgan against Gloucestershire very comfortably. The game so far sort of been about those two partnerships. Harris bowls a short ball, Price ducks underneath it, and Gloucestershire will need to add one more partnership like that you'd feel today, even if it's just in terms of surviving for a good period of time. There's some rain about actually around the country this morning. I'm sure to everybody's pure delight at Canterbury, preventing the thrilling proposition of Northamptonshire trying to add to their score of 649 for 6. Replying to Kent's 566 for 8. Harris into Price, who's forward, and again playing with a shallow angle of that bat to send it into the ground for no run. Derbyshire still 3 down at Chesterfield. Essex in heaps of trouble now at York, a game that has moved very slowly until until Code and Revis accelerated for Yorkshire to grab them a pretty handy first innings lead, and it's proving very handy as Essex are now 37 for 4 in their second innings. Harris bowls a short ball ducked underneath again, and that ends the over. 84 overs as a minimum remain. They can get through more overs if spinners start bowling from both ends. Glamorgan 51 for 2 with 97 runs being the deficit, but Ben Code is having a fantastic time of it over the last couple of days. He made 89 off 110 balls, and he's now got 3 for 8 in 9 overs. It's just such typical Ben Code.
Yeah.
Essex are still behind by 54 runs there. It's raining at Hove, bad light in fact at Hove. A delayed start at the Oval, so they must have had some serious rain there to delay the start of the Oval. I think they're due to get underway in 10 minutes, but that's frustrating for Surrey because they need 11 wickets today to beat Durham. Somerset in big trouble at Taunton. They're 34 for 3, trailing Nottinghamshire by 96 still, with Patterson White having taken all 3 to fall, and Hampshire still 3 down following on at the Utilita Bowl.
So can Kellaway follow up his last wicket taking over? Starts with the dot ball. Still 4 catching around the bat, 2 slips, silly mid-off, a short leg. Kellaway in, good length delivery that's played firmly towards wide-ish mid-off, which is fielded there by Tim van Hoogden.
So there are a few more interesting games on this final day than it looked as though there might be. A few that have started to come to life end of day 3, start of day 4, and with 2 early wickets here, this one appears to be one of them.
Yeah, Glamorgan will hope to get a couple more before lunch to give them a chance of going for victory. Draw the favourite outcome, of course. Callaway has worked into the onside. They'll take a quick single.
It's a bit slow off the mark there.
Yeah, there was a
the
gasp
non-strikers end.
from Kieran Carlson. I think that might have been closer than one anticipated, or should have been.
Yeah,
53 for 2.
They were both a bit slow setting off, but Hammond was not expecting that call.
Callaway, who scored 139, coming in, and that's gone fine on the leg side. This will be a chase. Probably won't go all the way, but they'll collect 3. Well, they know they settled for 2. Probably should have come back for. They could have come back for a third. Still glorious conditions in Cardiff. Not as warm. The second day was the warmest day. Searing heat at Sapphire Gardens. 4 coming off this over so far. Callaway in and played on the full by Hammond, but it's fielded by Callaway himself.
It was a lovely walk through the park this morning, as always. One of the nicer walks
Yes.
to a ground around the circuit.
It is the benefit of having Butte Park right in the centre of town. And that is the end of Ben Callaway's over. Gloucestershire are 55 for 2. They started on 12 for no wicket this morning overnight, but they still trail by 93, so some work to be done from Gloucestershire's perspective. They've just lost both openers, Bancroft and Joe Phillips. So 2 new batters at the helm in Price and Hammond, who are unbeaten on 5.
Yeah, I think I don't know, what do you reckon? Over under morning session 3 wickets is probably, I'd say, well, I don't know, it might be better than honours even because it's 3 top order wickets that Glamorgan have taken. So realistically, if Gloucestershire are going to make this comfortable, then they need Price and Hammond to bat through to the lunch break and beyond. Harris bowls, a push drive from Ollie Price. There's no run up to Van der Huchten, but we've seen before with this Gloucestershire lineup that particularly the wickets of Bancroft and then lower down Bracey, who's been, I'd say, Gloucestershire's most consistent batter this season. Ollie Price has a mammoth knock of 253 and got 100 against Glamorgan as well. Bracey rarely seems to fail, as Price is forward to defend to mid-off.
It's the old case. One will hopefully bring a flurry. That's how Glamorgan must look at things, and it's certainly the case early on, and that's what they wanted, to get 2 new batters in. They've had their wish, Price and Hammond, early.
And it's enabled them to stay on the attack with the field as well. Harris in and bowls driving slightly in the air, but good luck taking that catch at silly mid-off. It stopped at wide mid-off for no run. But Glamorgan will be happy to see that Price maybe feels that he wants to get on with it a bit, because if you don't take the wickets, then all of a sudden you do have to start thinking about that deficit, because the runs that Gloucestershire score now, Glamorgan would have to knock off later on, so he might have to put a couple of fielders either back on the ring or the odd one back on the boundary, but not so at this point. Harris in now and Price back to defending. Ball loops over the top of the substitute fielder Norton under the helmet. Again, it's tidied up at mid-off, but only fine leg back on the boundary at the moment, and well, 3 fairly close around the bat, 2 under the helmet and 1 at short mid-wicket, and the slip as well. So if Price gets one that he likes, he'll take full toll. But Harris bowling consistently so far. Round the wicket he bowls, a bit straighter this time, and turned into the onside to mid-wicket. Obviously something interested James Harris about the way that Ollie Price played that ball. One delivery remaining in the over, and well, particularly with these 2 early wickets, how critical the loss of Mason Crane still could prove to be.
Well, yeah.
Harris in now, bowls a short ball, it's pulled round the corner. There is no fielder at leg slip or leg gully, so as long as Price was able to help it away enough, even though he didn't middle it by any means, it was a relatively safe decision to sort of take that on. They'll take 1 to end the over towards fine leg, 56 for 2 and 92 runs behind. Scoring rate has been very slow, to be honest, for the majority of the match. Really, scoring quickly has been tricky, and don't really see that changing, which means that it will be well into the afternoon before Gloucestershire do get in front.
Yeah, Mason Crane's absence is a blow, and of course there's implications on the T20 campaign as well, which resumes on Friday. Callaway continuing, and forward is Price with the game at Taunton on Friday, followed 48 hours later at home to Kent. 4th place still up for grabs in the Southern Group. Callaway in, and forward is Price. It is going to be tight. It's going to be difficult to get 4th place. Games away at Surrey and Hampshire as well. Callaway comes in, and again Price is forward and gets everything behind it once more. Followed by games at home. Gloucestershire, that is a double header. The women play in the morning, and Middlesex come here to round the campaign, well, round the group stage anyway, on the 18th. Forward again is Price. That game also is a double header.
In a better spot than Gloucestershire at this point, Glamorgan in the T20.
Callaway, maiden so far, and still a maiden, as it's fielded at backward, a square leg by Zainul Hassan.
They might be able to afford one more loss, Gloucestershire, but I don't think it can come in either of the next 2 games. They've got Essex away and then Middlesex at home. If they could win those 2, then it gets quite close to evens in terms of wins and losses, albeit it's 5 straight losses followed by, they're hoping, 4 straight wins.
That's swept, and that's gone through backward square all the way for 4. Almost took the square leg umpire out.
I thought he was going to take the catch.
Yeah, did look like that. Down was Price, executed brilliantly, and just that one blot on what was a good over by Ben Callaway. Yeah, Essex, but they've been all over the place in that competition this year.
A bit surprised really, because they were the side that just missed out on the final day when Gloucestershire qualified last year, and I know that Daniel Sams has been a critical component for them in recent times, the Australian left arm seam bowling big hitter, which is quite a handy combination to have to balance a side, but it's just felt a lot like bits and pieces for Essex this year that haven't really come together. However, you just never know. Friday night T20 at Chelmsford.
Well, Glamorgan have had problems down there for years, but they won this year. Small ground, of course.
Yes. Gloucestershire have had problems there as well, but mostly in terms of just actually getting on the park rather than the results, because I think it was 4 consecutive games were washed out.
Was it? Down at
Chelmsford. I was unfortunate enough to have to go on 3 of those trips. Harris bowls, grief. So
which in sharp
toss, which is defended back to the bowler.
Which in sharp contrast, when I've been down there, it's been blazing sunshine.
Gosh. It's a strange piece of cricket. I think think it may have been the attempted slower ball from Harris as well that's just come out completely wrong, and then Hammond so
Hey ho, we
befuddled
have to be
by it.
creative.
Yeah, well, why not? So befuddled by it that he didn't hit it for 4. Full toss is a good ball. Harris in and bowls, and Hammond pushes forward, can't get it past backward point. I didn't realise the time. Could have had a mid-over. We could still have a mid-over change. Do the rest of the over. Just past 12 o'clock. 2 wickets in the first hour. Bancroft, LBW, Harris 16, Phillips caught on the second attempt. Really sharp piece of fielding at short leg by Tribe off Kellaway. 28. Harris bowls outside the off stump, and Hammond leaves it alone. So far, discretion seems to be the order of the day from Miles Hammond. He's always a fairly stoic figure at the crease when it comes to between deliveries. Doesn't tend to go for the wanders that a lot of batters do, just casually leans back and surveys the scene. Harris bowls to Hammond, who pushes forward into the ground on the bounce to one of 2 short extra covers that have been positioned there. Might have 2 wickets already, but that doesn't mean that it's the sort of pitch and ball and set of conditions where just because of that you're going to have 5 slips in place or something like that. You're still going to have to get creative and stay patient when it comes to picking up your wickets. Deep square goes back, Harris bowls, and Hammond drives through extra cover for 4. It was a half volley from Harris, who was bluffing Hammond clearly with the deep backward square going back, but possibly overdid his bluff slightly by delivering him a fairly friendly half volley that was hit for 4. 64 for 2.
Yeah, well, they've got those 2 unorthodox positions on the offside, but they couldn't do anything about that cover drive.
84 runs behind. 80 overs remain after this delivery. Harris bowls short ball. Hammond gets on top of it well, pulls it through mid-wicket, chase round the boundary for Kellaway from deep square to deep mid-wicket. He will get there, and 2 runs to end the over, so 6 from it. Hammond has 11, Price has 10, Gloucestershire 66 for 2. Nick Webb will be back shortly.
Thanks, Ed. Ed departs for the time being, with Gloucestershire 2 down, and Bancroft's dismissal led almost immediately to the Joe Phillips wicket, which was a good catch by Asa Tribe, and quite often at short leg reaction time has to be very quick, and he managed to paddy it up, managed to grab it at the second attempt to dismiss Joe Phillips. More is required from a Glamorgan point of view. It is still going to be the spin of Kellaway from the Cathedral Road end. Well, we've seen his impact with the bat, and he has to do it with the ball on the final day. This is Kellaway, put some flight on the ball. Down the track is Price, and there's no run. The third Lions try was by Van der Merwe, and that well-known Scottish surname. Kellaway forward, says he facetiously. Well,
yes.
And there's a 4th try. I think that might have been the captain, Maro Itoje, was. Kellaway coming around to Phillips, and that's played and fielded by Asa Tribe at short leg.
Yes, the stadium announcer at the first match was rather taking the mickey, wasn't he? Apparently, out of the number of Lions players without British or Irish blood.
There are a few there. Kellaway And there's no run, 4 dot balls in this over.
Although not including Sione Tuapilotto,
Who has got
a
Scottish blood.
granny, yes.
Yeah, that's not a qualification on residency. Callaway coming in, and Phillips deals with it. He's forward to the ball, but there is a single taken as it dribbles on the offside, which brings the left-handed Miles Hammond to the crease. A bit of shifting of the field, although there are still 4 close catches in close quarters. 67 for 2, so 81 in arrears are Gloucestershire. Still going to be something special, you'd think, to get these 8 wickets. Shorter that time, and it's hit firmly, fielded by Callaway. End of the over. So 2 wickets to fall this morning were those of Cameron Bancroft, LBW James Harris 16, and then shortly afterwards Joe Phillips fell to Ben Callaway, caught at short leg by Ace Tribe for 28. So they started 12 for no wicket.
Yes, it's been just about Glamorgan's morning so far, claiming 2 wickets for the addition of 55 more runs, but they need to keep on taking wickets at a similar rate or more if they'd have a chance of winning this match. James Harris into his 8th over from the River Taff end, and Price plays up to mid-on, and there is no run. In the Test match, India 38 for 1. Elsewhere in Division 2 of the County Championship, Derbyshire is still 3 down against Lancashire. Derbyshire 197 for 3, requiring a hugely improbable further 316 to win. Harris bowls, short ball pulled and dispatched by Price to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. Action stations in the short leg department cover everything up. 71 for 2 then, Gloucestershire trail by 77, and once they get ahead, the visitors' dressing room will feel a lot more serene, I'm sure. So Derbyshire resisting strongly. A Lancashire victory at Chesterfield would probably please supporters of both the 2 sides here today. As Harris is in to bowl, another short ball that Price gets out of the way of. Rain delay at Canterbury, where Northants are 649 for 6 in their first innings. That's 83 ahead of Kent, but with Zaib 160 not out and Broad 122 not out, the 3rd and 4th centurions of the Northamptonshire innings. That's clearly another triumph for the Kookaburra ball experiment. Harris bowls and Price is defending this back to him. No run. Division 1, Essex have slumped to 45 for 5 in their second innings at York.
Are we going to get any emails defending the Kookaburra experiment?
Doubt it very much. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Please.
Yes.
If there is anybody out there.
Essex still 45 behind with 5 wickets down at York. Code with 3 of them for Yorkshire after a decent innings as well. Bad light delay at Hove. Good heavens.
What's going on there?
Warwickshire 108 for 1, 10 runs behind. Harris bowls and Price clips it off his legs, but straight to northeast mid-wicket, no run. No use of the floodlights at Hove, as here in championship matches. At the Oval, Durham is still in their first innings. at 3-5-3 for 9. Short ball pulled by Price, past square leg, dealt with that one well. 75 for 2. Price moves on to 19 not out, and James Harris is obviously under orders. A lot of short pitch stuff, as we saw from the Gloucestershire quick bowlers Actor and Singdale from that River Taff end. But so far it's the pitched up delivery that has gained his success, that of Cameron Bancroft with Harris's first ball of the morning, leg before wicket. So Durham are, you would have thought, easily able to survive against Surrey, who declared on 820 for 9. At Taunton, Somerset are 71 for 3 in their second innings, still 59 behind Nottinghamshire, 3 wickets for Pallison White.
More of Ben Kellaway, unsurprisingly, and that's cut aggressively, and he gets one through on the offside as Miles Hammond for 4. No break for Ben Kellaway so far.
He may well be bowling all morning, you suspect, but Carlson and Ingram are other spin options, albeit Carlson hasn't bowled much this season, and Ingram not at all. If you are just joining us, no Mason Crane on the field today through a reported side strain of some nature.
Four men round the bat as Kellaway comes round to Miles Hammond, who's unbeaten on 15, put some flight on that as Kellaway, and it's a dot ball.
Southampton, Hampshire, 122 for 3 in their second innings. That's still 336 behind Worcestershire, who's had one heck of a match.
Kellaway in, and that's dabbed on the onside, an easy single for Miles Hammond. Trail by 68 now do Gloucestershire. Still trying to G the players up. You can hear Kieran Carlson, the vocal Kieran Carlson, who's at slip. There's a leg slip in and short leg where Ace Tribe is. Forward is Price, and he's dealing with Kellaway at the moment, getting to the pitch of the ball, getting a big stride in. It is going to be a long day for the fielding side. Kellaway in again. Price is down the track in defence. So the last ball of the over. In comes Kellaway coming around, and it's carbon copy. Down the track is Price and deals with it easily there. And it's the end of the over. And Gloucestershire are 80 for 2.
In Bristol last night, it wasn't the greatest of performances from England women, losing to India by 24 runs, but never really looked likely to chase down a target of 182, despite some brave hitting from Tammy Beaumont, who made 54 off 35. Be here later this season, Miss Beaumont, for Welsh fire, but England losing 3 early wickets and got in the right pickle. So probably some reassessment of their bowling attack needed. They play again at the Oval on Friday night. Harris bowls and Hammond defends to short cover, no run. Friday night when Glamorgan are in action over in Taunton at 6:30. Coverage commentary on the BBC Sport website. Rob Phillips representing BBC Wales. Good luck, Rob. And Gloucestershire start half an hour later.
What was that in aid of, Nick?
Harris bowls and Hammond drives it to extra cover Norton Fields, and there is no run. Well, it's always a partisan atmosphere at Taunton, and Glamorgan have had some difficult evenings there in recent years. Speaking of partisan atmospheres, Gloucestershire at Essex on Friday night.
Oh, Jack Morgan has scored.
A Welsh contribution to the tour. He'll celebrate with all the other... Oh, no. No other Welshmen on the squad. Harris is in to bowl. Hammond edges, but falls short of Ingram, who does well to field it at slip. No run. And further action on Sunday, of course. Here it's Glamorgan against Kent at 2:30, and over in Bristol it's Gloucestershire against Middlesex at 4 o'clock. Hammond drives into the offside, well fielded at cover by Norton.
I suspect it may require another away win potentially for Glamorgan amongst the home games they have left.
Indeed.
But where will that away win come from?
Glamorgan women could go through their Tier 2 finals day with possibly one more win out of 3, I think. They're away to Kent on Sunday afternoon, 2:30 at Canterbury. As Harris is in to bowl to Hammond, to drive slightly sketchily
slightly
to Gully.
Streaky to Kieran Carlson.
Some encouragement for Harris. As Glamorgan, yes, well placed to reach their Tier 2 finals day, which is at Northampton on Saturday the 26th of July. And there'll be commentary on the 2 double headers involving Glamorgan women and men, which are coming up in the next few weeks. Harris is in to bowl, and Hammond defends on the leg side, where Kenneth will be joined again by Ed and by Fionn Wynne for the Gloucestershire games.
Yes, that's a week Sunday.
With the women's game at 11 o'clock and the men's game at 3 o'clock. And then there's a further double header, but not against the same opposition, I don't think. Glamorgan against Middlesex men at 6:30 on the Friday, and they face Kent in the women's game at 2:30 on the Friday, and that's the 18th of July. So coverage of those 2 double headers here on BBC Sport Online, as Ben Callaway will not bowl all morning because he's given way to Andy Gorvin. No Mason Crane available to Glamorgan through injury.
Yes, Andy Gorvin bowled last night with no luck. So slip in place, mid off, mid on. Pushed man out to the deep square boundary. There's a long leg. And here comes Andy Gorvin, right arm over from the Cathedral Wren. Forward is Price, who defends. There's no run. Gorvin, the 2 overs last night. It's been all Callaway so far this morning from the Cathedral Road end, and you suspect he'll have a lot of heavy workload this afternoon as well. Gorvin coming in, fuller that time, and it's played towards a short mid-wicket where his Tribe is fielding. Tribe who took the catch to dismiss Joe Phillips off the bowling of Ben Callaway. And that came in the over after Cameron Bancroft was dismissed LBW off the bowling of James Harris. But they're going to have to work hard for their wickets are Glamorgan. Gorvin coming in, bowls, full delivery, that's played firmly towards Tim van der Hoogten, who fields at mid-on. And it's a dot ball, third dot ball of the over. Still trailing by 68. So it's going to be early afternoon before they wipe out the deficit. And well, we'll have to see if there are any more in the wickets column. Gorvin in, or if it's going to be meandering to a draw, which is the favourite at the moment. Still, fourth dot ball of the over, incidentally, off the bowling of Andy Gorvin, who's not played every championship game this year.
Yeah, home specialist.
Yeah. In he comes, bowls again. Price gets everything behind it defensively.
There was considerable surprise when he was left out for the games at Bristol and Lords, having hit a unbeaten 50 and taken 4 wickets in the first home game.
Yeah, started well against Leicestershire.
So the only away game he's played has been at Canterbury, where he made 47 and took 2 for 50.
Gorvin in, and that's firmly driven once more. That's the end of a good first over. Maiden it was for Andy Gorvin. Score is still 80 for 2. We've had 32 overs. Price is 19. Hammond unbeaten on 16. And the deficit is 68.
So Gloucestershire reasonably satisfied, I would suggest, with the work so far, despite that double blow struck by Glamorgan in the second half hour. Callaway is just switching ends and going to have to do some more hard work. Henry Hill back on as sub, or on for the first time in this match, back in action. He's, I think, had some... He's either been... he was withdrawn part of the way through a second 11 match. I'm assuming that was injury. So, rather than exams. So, 2 subfielders being used by Glamorgan. Norton is the numberless one, and Hurl wearing 6, in case you're trying to pick them up on the video stream. As Callaway from the River Taff end bowls to Hammond, who's stretching forward carefully. 80 for 2, 68 runs in arrears. The Shire. Hammond back on his stumps defending on the offside, and there's no run. If you want to email glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, and I'll try and spot your offerings among the very many emails that I receive on the BBC account. $80 for 2. Callaway around the wicket, and on the back foot Hammond playing to Norton at point, no run. In again comes Callaway. Bowls. Hammond drives. No run. Hammond wearing the 88 that is sported for Glamorgan by Dan Douthwaite, who's playing in the 2s today. T20 match away to Worcestershire at 1 o'clock. Callaway bowls. Hammond drives, and that's stopped by Norton at point next to the umpire. Reaching for that one slightly was Miles Hammond. He's on 16 not out off 30 deliveries as the Sunshine Callaway bowls, and he's beaten by that one. Not taken cleanly by Cook. End of a tight over from Callaway. He's got one for 36. Gloucestershire 80 for 2 as the overs tick by. 74 remain in the day's play. Minus, you would assume, the 2 for a change of innings, since it's highly unlikely that Gloucestershire will be bowled out before making 64 more runs.
Yes. Still a lot of toil for Glamorgan in the field. Andy Gorvin from the Cathedral Road end, so just allowing Callaway to switch ends. No Mason Crane again to inform you, who picked up an injury late last night. In comes Andy Gorvin. Glamorgan strive for a 3rd wicket. They take a single, which is an easy one. Norton fields, the substitute fielder. 2 subs on for Glamorgan. Henry Hurl is the other. Who went off, Nick?
I didn't see who went off, to be honest. I presume it's just a change of bowling boots or something.
Miles Hammond is on strike, so there are an offside field. Short 3rd, 2 men there for a catch on the offside. Gorvin in, and that's played and fielded by Gorvin himself. $81 for 2. So Gloucestershire trying to negotiate this period, trying to get to lunch without the loss of anyone else. Chris Cook standing up to Andy Gorvin, who comes right arm around, full delivery, played firmly but too firm for a single as it's fielded at mid off by Tim van der Hoogten. Started the bowling for Glamorgan this morning in tandem with Ben Callaway. You feel it's going to require a collapse of serious proportions on this final day. Gorvin, and that's played round the corner to fine leg, and they come through to it for a single.
Yeah, if Gloucestershire are 2 down by lunch and maybe just 40 behind, then they would have done a reasonable amount of the work required of them on this final day to secure the 8 draw points as well as the 4 points that they have from bonuses.
Gorvin bowls, that's wide, and as well taken down the leg side by Chris Cook, who's standing up as well. Yeah, you think Glamorgan definitely need another wicket, possibly 2 before lunch, to force a little bit of panic in the Gloucestershire ranks.
Yeah, so much of this game is mental, isn't it? 1 wicket falling doesn't add to the possibility of another theoretically, but it does in practice.
Gorvin again, he's straying down leg side, and again it's taken by Chris Cook. End of the over. 2 runs coming off it for Andy Gorvin.
The way that was anticipated by Chris Cook, you just wonder whether he might be bowling for the odd stumping now and then.
I think that's my shift done for the time being, Nick. I will
Kenneth will
depart.
head for the lunch table.
Yeah, I'll check what is for lunch.
And we'll hear from him again at 1:40. India still 1 down in the test match, 65-66 for 1. After they lost the early wicket of Rahul, bowled by Wokes for 2 in the 9th over. Derbyshire have lost a couple of wickets, which is good news for Glamorgan and Gloucestershire supporters. They are 206 for 5, with Guest and Anderson now out. Madsen is still there, and they require a further 307 to beat Lancashire. You'd be fairly safe, I think, in assuming that's not going to happen, but Derbyshire could lose a bit of ground on this one. Have to do the sums to see exactly where. Callaway to bowl, and right arm around the wicket to Hammond, who plays an aggressive shot through mid-wicket and gets 4 runs for it. Moves up to 21, the total under 86 for 2. And of course there is merit in playing the odd aggressive shot, because Gloucestershire have to get rid of this deficit.
Yes, also, every time you hit the ball to that leg side boundary and somebody has to charge about 120 yards off to get the ball back in, that eats up another minute. So it's well worth doing if you can. Yeah, so Derbyshire, I think, will take, 4 points from that game if they do lose.
Callaway bowls, floats it up, driven on the bounce into the offside by Hammond, no run.
If this is a draw, Glamorgan then will gain 10 points, if I've done the maths correctly, so they'll be within 2 of Derbyshire.
On the sweep goes Hammond, nails it away to the backward square leg boundary for 4 more. 25 to Hammond, 90 for 2.
Oh, and all the way to the advertising boards as well.
There's a bit of sadistic glee.
No, it hasn't quite got to that stage yet, but it might.
Where's the Glamorgan coaching staff standing around
Yes,
that
they need
boundary to get the
yeah.
ball back in more quickly?
Run out of 12thers probably, so they're going to need to get somebody to go and stand on that boundary. It's such a long way, not only to the boundary, but then to the boards as well. They've had to, well, they've got some protection back there now. Deep backward square.
Callaway in bowls, and Hammond chops down on that one in marginal discomfort, plays it down to Corvin in the gully, and there is no run.
He's turned 1 off the straight though, Callaway, that one that ended the previous over and beat Hammond very much squarely. So that's, you still only need the odd 1 or 2 just to get in the batter's minds.
Swept away again by Hammond. Short leg taking cover. Ul Hassan is out there, and it's just a single. So, yeah, if this is drawn and Derbyshire lose, then it would be Derbyshire 126 points, Glamorgan 124, and Gloucestershire 111. Middlesex have already lost their 99 from 9 games. Already won, rather. Up to 99, so level with Gloucestershire, but that's without the points from Gloucestershire for them this match being added. Callaway bowls, and Price is pushing forward defensively. Price hasn't faced much of Callaway in recent overs. 91 for 2 then, Gloucestershire 57 runs behind with 25 minutes to go until the lunch interval.
Yeah, the Cheltenham task, potentially, if Derbyshire fall to that defeat, and Gloucestershire can do the business here. Maybe gets slightly more realistic in terms of Gloucestershire using it to gain ground, as they did the last time they got promoted in 2019. They were a fair way out of it before the festival, and then won both games in exciting fashion against Worcestershire and Leicestershire in that festival, and then they were right up in contention. But given that Middlesex have won and Lancashire would win, and be coming up against two sides higher on confidence. Andy Gorvin from round the wicket to Hammond, and this is pushed out into the offside for no run. He actually conceded runs last over, Gorvin, but Gloucestershire will have to very much stay patient against him and realise that they're probably not going to get a great deal to score off, but we'll see whether Gorvin can nip one with this old Kookaburra ball. He drives, does Hammond off this full ball, and a good hand at extra cover there from Asa Tribe. The left hand this time probably saved a run that they would have taken to wide mid off, and it was his right hand that's done the damage in terms of removing Joe Phillips. It's just really good technique on that short leg catch. Gorvin bowls, drags his length back a bit, and back foot steer from Hammond into the covers for no run. It's one thing to field under the helmet at short leg, and a lot of people are just told to put the helmet on, go and stand
youngest
there.
member of the side, usually.
And you can usually tell which ones really want to be there, but not every short leg fielder by any means would have taken the catch that Tribe did off Phillips, off the full face of the bat. Gorvin in now, over pitches, is driven hard, and it's straight to the cover fielder, who is Tom Norton, and there is no run. Hammond really did middle that one, but it's pretty hard to find gaps through that offside field. Short extra, short point, short backward point, and then mid-off and cover pretty deep if you can get it through those fielders. Gorvin in now, and Hammond plays a strange looking shot into the offside, sort of dangly curtain railing of the bat, but the ball was played gently and straight into the ground, so there's no run. And Price and Hammond continuing to attempt to rebuild things. They've been together for around about an hour now. Gorvin in now, and carved away by Hammond, and he won't get it past the offside field again. There was a tumble at short point, didn't get there, but Horton quite deep. The second line of defence, sort of the full back on the offside there, did the job. And another maiden over from Andy Gorvin. 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 2, but as long as Gloucestershire stay disciplined, it looks as though they should be able to negotiate this spell. 91 for 2, still 57 back, so the innings run rate of 2.5 and over hasn't moved much beyond there, despite a couple of Hammond boundaries.
As Callaway is into bowl, and that's driven nicely off maybe a thick edge, I suppose, in the end by Price, down towards third man. Ul Hassan is the fielder, and they're back for 2 runs. 93 for 2.
Significant grumbling at York. It's raining, and Essex 48 for 6. Still trailing by 43. They could lose that game by an innings.
Yeah, a remarkable turnaround from the first innings in terms of scoring. Price props forward. Defends.
I really wanted to see that on the fixture list again this year. Of course, not that it's ended up mattering, but that was just a really lovely trip to York last season. Gloucestershire supporters, of course, enjoying it because Gloucestershire won the match, but it was quite nice to head up the day before, check out the Railway Museum. Haven't been there since I was a weean.
Yeah, not an experience I've had covering at York. I've only ever done one day at Scarborough as well.
It's just so nice, something about, and you saw it at Chesterfield as well, actually, which is a place I've not got to yet, but the seats round the boundary, no advertising boards, you just sit there and feel absolutely part of the action. It's an exciting, low-scoring game. Ollie Price was the star with the bat for Gloucestershire in the end.
Little readjustment of the fields, which accounts for the delay. Oh, there's a swing and an edge from Ollie Price, and up goes the finger. What have you done, Ollie Price? He went for that one and got a little thin edge. 93 for 3. Callaway has his second.
Well, he's just put it up there temptingly enough. As Callaway, it wasn't seemingly full enough for that drive. It's a little bottom edge by the looks of things.
It's a really good take by Chris Cook anyway.
Yeah, particularly off that bottom edge, and now very much Glamorgan's morning and huge pressure on the final quarter of an hour on Graham van Buren, who'll be coming out there because Gloucestershire cannot afford to lose another wicket in the morning session, and really not early on in the afternoon either. Still 70.5 overs remaining and 55 runs back. Callaway's done really well this morning again. He just, I think, looks tempting enough to Gloucestershire that they think they can get after him, and it's a really loose shot from Ollie Price, but it's brought about because Callaway just gives it enough air. You just think he's not quite doing enough to bother me, and then all of a sudden he produces the wicket.
Yeah, that was a tempter, wasn't it? Outside off stump, given air, and he's been firing a few in short of a length, trying to get the catches off the bat and pad maybe. Van Buren is in at 5. Resources to come: Bracey, Charlesworth, Actor, Murphy, Singdale and Bailey. So there is plenty to come for Gloucestershire. But 3 in the morning session keeps Glamorgan hopes alive at lunch. And one more, and you'd think they're on their target. So Callaway has 2 for 47. A young man who top scored as well with the bat. So it's been a really positive couple of days for Ben Callaway. 93 for 3. It's just looking up Tom Norton's age. I'm not sure if he's turned 18. He's a well-built young chap for his age. He's described as a 16-year-old in a report from June last year, so if he has turned 18, it's only just. All-rounder with the 2s. Here is Callaway to Van Buren. Appeal for LBW not given. Didn't quite have the ring of conviction, that appeal. That was speculative, I think, rather than expecting. It's hit outside off stump, yes, but it has turned. Callaway in, bowls. Van Buren paddles it wide of short leg. Fielded short backward square, no run. It is very pleasing to see Glamorgan.
Oh gosh, somebody always has to say it, don't they?
As Callaway bowls, Van Buren defends that one rather fidgety manner out on the offside. Applause for Callaway's successful over. I was about to say it is good to see Glamorgan having fielders on all corners around the bat. Silly point, short leg, leg slip and slip, which obviously gives them a chance if the ball comes remotely in the air of any sort of direction. 93 for 3. Quarter of an hour to go till lunch. Hammond has 26. Van Buren has just come in. And Andy Gorvin will continue to plug away from this Cathedral Road end.
3 wickets in 26 overs this morning. So, and also again you have to say it's 3 top order wickets as well. Gorvin to Hammond, who prods forward, plays to point, and there's no run. So you'd think that it doesn't always work that way, but you would think that there's a chance that that rate could accelerate just purely because they're getting deeper into Gloucestershire's order. So, yeah, I mean, I think Glamorgan would be pretty happy with 3 in the morning. I was asking Kenneth whether that would be the over-under mark as it's turned into the onside, as Gorvin strays a little straight, but Hammond doesn't. At this stage, think that aggression is the way to go, and he's probably right, with under quarter of an hour to go until lunch. But yeah, it does feel as though Glamorgan are more on target to me with 3 than Gloucestershire are. As Hammond drives, it's well stopped by Tribe down to his left, and there's no run. I was trying to think back to the last time Gloucestershire basically had to bat a day to save a game with 10 wickets in hand, and I did mention it I think a couple of days ago. It was the game where Josh Shaw and Dom Goodman batted for over 100 deliveries, 105 deliveries together, as Hammond defends back up the pitch from a Hampshire attack, actually including Mason Crane. I went back and reminded myself that Crane was involved there. There was lots of spin being bowled in the last hour with Dawson and Crane in tandem. Abbott, Wheel, Abbas as well. Just about clung on there. It was a very flat pitch at Southampton back in 2021. Gorvin in now to Hammond, who plays in defence to extra cover. So, it shows actually again that it can be tricky even on a flat pitch. They were following on there, but then actually that doesn't always mean that that it's easier for the batting side, I guess. Could actually be potentially harder for the bowling side, as they've been in the field for a long time. Gorvin in, full toss driven, and that does get past the dive of Norton and out to the long boundary at extra cover, and Richard Dawson is running after the ball, but it's almost as long a run for him actually as it is for Norton. He'll only save him a few steps as he chucks the ball to him. He ran from deep point there, did Dawson, to deep extra cover, but that doesn't really quite sell how far a run that was. So 4 runs to end the over. Hammond has 30, Gloucestershire 97 for 3, trailing by 51, and Kellaway, who has become the danger man, you feel, because of the fact that Crane is unavailable to bowl, is certainly proving that now. 2 for 47 from 15 overs. What a terrific game he's having.
Kellaway is in to start a new over with the Vultures gathering, but Van Buren successfully defending the first ball. As in comes Kellaway again, and bowls, and Van Buren drives to mid-on. Talk of the coach jogging around the outfield reminds me of a game at Hove when the Glamorgan squad was slightly short on numbers. As Van Buren defends to silly point, flicks the ball back to Chris Cook, just in case Van Buren had overbalanced. Kellaway in, bowls, pulled away by Van Buren, but doesn't get it past Gorvin at backward square. Anyway, Glamorgan didn't have vast numbers of spare players with them, so Sean Tate, who'd arrived just to play T20 and was down there just to do some training with the team, as Van Buren drives into the offside, no run. Sean Tate had to field for 5 sessions, having basically not played any red ball cricket recently. Driven by Van Buren, just past silly point, and there's no run. 97 for 3 as Callaway whistles through a maiden. So David Harrison, the then and current Glamorgan assistant coach, was pressed into service. Within about 20 minutes he'd pulled a hamstring, and the coach Robert Croft was rather reluctantly pushed himself into duties.
Wow.
It would probably been the physio on next or something.
I suppose we have seen one member of Gloucestershire's coaching staff on the field in this game, Tom Smith, making a brief appearance, although he'll be back in contention for the side on Friday, having not retired yet from T20 cricket.
Yeah, Richard Dawson has been spotted bowling in the nets this season, so well, Glamorgan could do with him out in the middle today. I guess he'd still do a decent job.
Yeah, definitely one that you'd think could go straight from coaching into playing. There were times when Gloucestershire were running out of players a couple of years ago when I did wonder whether Dale Benkenstein might actually take to the field himself. Another one that you would imagine, both with bat and with ball, could probably still rattle off a good few runs. Here comes Harris then, replacing Gorvin from the Cathedral Road end. It's back of a length, and Hammond jabs it to cover. Again, you sort of feel that Hammond having to rein himself in here, really. He would have loved to have had a full go at that one, as there was enough width and length on offer, but he knows now that he's the one that this innings has to be built around. There's a deep backward square and a fine leg for the short ball, no slip and a wide gully as Harris bowls. It's on a length this time, and plops it down in front of him in defence. So with Harris coming on, that probably means, does it, 3 more overs until lunch, which would be basically on the morning's allocation. So Glamorgan, they still leave themselves the possibility, if they want to go that way, of getting more overs in if they start charging through them this afternoon. And later on, Harris bowls. Oh gosh, that's really not pretty. Just dead bounce, looping way over the head of Hammond, and that's a wide. In fact, has eventually been signalled by umpire Watts on the advice of umpire Harris. So it's 1 more to the total, which means Gloucestershire trail by 50 runs, with a mound of work ahead of them. 6 minutes left until the lunch break as Harris bowls, straying on the pads of Hammond, but he can't pick off a single into the leg side.
Derbyshire 7 down.
Did fear once
crumbling.
Once that Madsen Guest partnership was
Madsen's
broken.
still there, but Dahl and Chappell have both gone.
Martin
quick
Anderson
succession.
looked very nervous last week in that pressure situation for Derbyshire. Yeah, he was out there for, well, find the number of deliveries. Harris wide of the crease, angles it into the stumps of Hammond, but the bat comes down to disturb it. Path, he had faced a 3-ball duck against Gloucestershire in the second innings there, in a position when Derbyshire was still, I think we need about 80 odd to win, and had 6 wickets in hand, 7 wickets in hand when he came to the crease, and was almost caught first ball, defended nervously second ball, and was out third ball. Harris into Hammond, who defends to mid-off. I mean, he's having a great season, so it was a bit of a surprise to see that. The jitters had seemingly got to Derbyshire there, but Anderson at 6, Dahl 7. I mean, they come back for a long amount of time, but sort of felt if Derbyshire were going to probably save that game rather than chase the runs, Madsen and Guest had to bat for maybe even half the day. Harris bowls, Hammond drives, he gets it into the gap in the offside, out to the sweeper at cover, and we'll keep the strike at the end of that over. 99 for 3, 49 runs behind. So, yep, I think we will have 1 over of Callaway and 1 over of Harris, and then that will be the lunch break.
In Brizzy, British and Irish Lions have run out 52-12 winners over Queensland Reds. 2 tries for Tommy Freeman, 1 for Andrew Porter, 1 for Duan van der Merwe, Maro Itoje, Jack Morgan, Hugh Jones and Gary Ringrose, all crossing. 4 converted by Finn Russell and 2 by Finn Smith.
England have just taken a second wicket at Edgbaston. Karen Nair out for 31.
As Callaway bowls outside off stump, and Hammond has nothing to do with it, pushing the right leg forward in case the ball spun a long way.
Bryden Cass has the wicket.
Callaway bowls again outside off stump. No shot played.
Oh, nasty delivery. That is well, I say nasty delivery, it's a very nice delivery if you're England, but just looking at it. Short ball dug in, rearing back, edge to second slip.
Hammond plays no shot for a 3rd time outside off stump. Through it goes to Chris Cook, and Callaway needs to just get a bit closer to the stumps. He's now pushed in the silly point as well as the short leg. Callaway in bowls, and Hammond again plays no shot. And Glamorgan now bring in an extra fielder over to the leg side. Silly point goes out on the leg side as well, as Hammond maybe checks or changes his guard.
Yeah, looks like he's taking off
batting off
stump now.
Batting on off, or middle and off. Yeah, batting on off stump. As Callaway bowls left arm.
That's why.
And Hammond defends.
I wondered whether it was just a change of line, but of course Callaway would have had to inform Miles Hammond that was what he was going to do.
Callaway left arm, and Hammond again on the defensive, and there is no run. 99 for 3, with 1 more over possible before lunch.
Just the 2 balls left arm then. At least for now. Well, 1 more over then for Gloucestershire, and Van Buren will have his first look at Harris. He looks to be taking middle, but he's not quite located it yet. There it is.
Told you a bit.
Yeah. I mean, it does get rather scuffed up and scraped area on the final day. Harris to Van Buren, yet to get off the mark. It's more about defence, as he does there. Defends it into the leg side. Bat and pad fairly close together. Fine leg back, but no deep square, suggesting that Harris is predominantly going to be looking to bowl full at Van Buren, but it wouldn't be a surprise at all to see him dig 1 in to see whether Van Buren gets a little bit twitchy and thinks about trying to get off the mark before the lunch break. Well, having said that, now they have moved slip to leg leg second slip. Here comes Harris and bowls. It's worked up to mid-on. They were thinking about 1. They probably could have got 1 actually. Hammond was ready to respond quickly to the call of yes from Van Buren. Actually, with Van der Hoogten there, what due respect to Van der Hoogten, he may have a strong arm, but I'm not sure that He would have been able to effect the throw quickly enough, given that Van Buren is very quick between the wickets. Short leg and short mid-wicket. Harris bowls. A full delivery is on-driven by Van Buren, but not straight enough or well hit enough to get past Van der Hoogten. So the game continues between those three. 3 deliveries to go in the morning session, where Gloucestershire could have really almost killed it if they'd even only just lost the 1 wicket, but they've lost their top 3. Harris in to Van Buren, whipped on offer there, and he will get off the mark before lunch. Just punch through the covers, and we'll turn it back for a second run. It brings up Gloucestershire's 100 in the 42nd over. There's one Gloucestershire supporter in the ground.
Yeah, I've seen a couple with the black and yellow.
Not sure that he would have been queuing up for the 7 tunnel this morning, or their choice of 7 bridge, given the impossibility of a Gloucestershire win. Deficit 47. Harris in and bowls. Oh, good grief, what's happened there? Has gone past Chris Cook and down to the boundary for 4 byes, but it was more what happened before then that was of interest. It was pitched quite short and wide. Whether it was a slower ball, I don't know. It hit something, went sideways, shot along the floor, and Cook had no chance. I'm not sure that was the attempted slow ball, was it?
Well, it's looked like an off-cutter, but they must have hit a...
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe he's trying to bring it back.
I don't know. It's gone absolutely sideways. I mean, even a good off-cutter, you wouldn't have thought would do that much, but how bizarre. Would have bounced over the stumps anyway. Here's the last ball before lunch. Harris in now, bowls to Van Buren. He tries a slower ball again. It's driven out through the covers, and that's going to be a long chase for the mid-off fielder. There'll be 3. I'd imagine that they will settle for those 3 runs. So 9 runs off the last 3 balls of the session, but I would say it's been Glamorgan's session. Bancroft, Phillips and Price all gone. Gloucestershire 108 for 3. They trail by 40 runs at lunch.
Ed and Kenneth will return at 1:40. I'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners very shortly. Gloucestershire 108 for 3 in their second innings at lunch. That's still 40 runs behind, and Glamorgan have kept themselves in the hunt for a victory. 2 wickets for Ben Callaway, 1 for James Harris, and Miles Hammond is 31 not out, the top scorer so far for Gloucestershire. They're just looking to survive the afternoon session. Glamorgan have made some headway in their victory bid. Gloucestershire 108 for 3, 40 behind.
I've got some latest scores from the various matches taking place around the country today. We'll start in Droitwich at Ombersley Cricket Club, where Glamorgan's second 11 are involved in a second 11 T20 contest against Worcestershire. Glamorgan have won the toss. They're bowling first after the first over. Worcestershire are 7 for 1. It's lunch at Edgbaston, the second test between England and India, where India are 98 for 2. In the other games in the Rothesay County Championship, there's been a fair bit of rain around the country today. We'll start in Division 1 at the Utilita Bowl, where There have been some interruptions because of rain, but at lunch, Hampshire are 156 for 4, following on against Worcestershire, still trailing by 302 runs. At Taunton, Somerset in their second innings are 112 for 3. They're still trailing Nottinghamshire by 18 runs. There's been no play before lunch at Hope, where Warwickshire remain 108 for 1, trailing Sussex by 10 runs. An interrupted morning as well at York, where they are taking an early lunch with Essex in their second innings on 48 for 6, still trailing Yorkshire by 43 runs. An hour's play as well this morning at the Oval, where Durham were dismissed by Surrey for 362, and following on, Durham at the interval are 27 without loss. At Queen's Park in Chesterfield, wickets there for Lancashire this morning. Derbyshire at lunch are 231 for 8. Derbyshire still require a further 282 runs to avoid defeat. Lancashire need 2 wickets for their first championship victory of the season. And rain as well at the Spitfire St Lawrence ground in Canterbury. Lunch has been taken early there, with Northamptonshire still in their first innings, 722 for 6, leading Kent by 156 runs. If you're seeking a score sheet for this match, don't forget they're available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan yearbook. As well as other merchandise is concerned, the Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is open until 5 o'clock this evening. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and as always, there are a wide range of cricket equipment and other items for sale, including replica Glamorgan kits, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the cassette power stand. That's at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. And snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. And if you need to refill your water bottles, remember there are recharging points at various locations around the stadium. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open once again today, and there's an opportunity for you to see the new facilities, thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. In particular, there's the memory match video, which for this game is the Sunday League contest from the 1975 season, 50 summers ago, when Majid Khan of Pakistan and Glamorgan scored the fastest televised 50 of the season. There are also a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for the running of the facility, and also on sale the first in the new series of research monographs undertaken by the museum staff and volunteers. And the first one traces the fascinating history of women's and girls' cricket here in Wales. The museum will be open until the end of the tea interval. Don't forget that the museum will also be the venue on Thursday the 10th of July for the next of the popular Walkers and Talkers event. Terry Davis, the former Glamorgan wicketkeeper, will be the speaker. Terry has subsequently emigrated to Australia and New Zealand, where he's become a very successful cricket and business administrator. The event on the 10th of July will start at 10 o'clock in the morning with tea, coffee and light refreshments available from 9:30. And finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport, and we will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So, if you happen to witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
I was walking around and it's good to see me in this top. I love a bit of way of serial numbers, so I don't use serial numbers anymore. Yeah. Shirt and lad. Really, isn't it? Smart, isn't it? It's a beauty, yeah. That's good. No.
And good afternoon, welcome back to Sophia Gardens here on BBC Sport Online for the fourth and final day of the Rothesay County Championship match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. And the situation is that the visiting team are 40 runs shy with 7 wickets intact. So those 3 wickets this morning keeping Glamorgan interested, but you would have to say the favourite is the draw. But, and it is a but, quick wickets in the early part of this session may change the complexion very, very quickly. Ed Seaborn is on alongside me, and Gloucestershire need both Miles Hammond and Van Buren now to dig in.
Yes, yeah, very much so. If they're going to make this simple relatively for themselves, then, you know, we're talking another session of maximum 2 wickets, I would have said, because you're starting to get then into bowling all-rounders / then bowlers after Zaman Akhtar. As Kellaway resumes from the river end, 2 for 47 his figures, and Van Buren drives the first ball back to the bowler. So 65 overs remain as a minimum at lunch, but Glamorgan can bowl more than those. Kellaway in, and Van Buren pushes forward and will not get a run to cover.
He'd be buoyed by that wicket prior to lunch, where he caught Ollie Price, caught Cook. So
Kellaway in, sort of edge there really from Van Buren. He's looking as if he's a little uncertain about which side of the wicket to play the ball on with all these close catches in. He kept it down, but
he was nervy prior to lunch,
yeah,
obviously, quite naturally.
You'd hope from a Gloucestershire perspective he might be a bit more settled after lunch as he comes onto the front foot, defends. But yeah, Hammond is pretty good for his 31, but it's more about the balls faced really. 63 balls, he might need to double that, as there's a bit of turn there. Van Buren back this time, in behind that one, and there's no run.
Yeah, I thought they might have just needed a 4th wicket, but we'll see.
Kellaway, last ball of the over, is turned into the onside. Made an over to start the afternoon, 108 for 3. Yeah, I mean, I was going to say how important, as you say, that wicket of Ollie Price was, because if you think 2 down at lunch and only 40 behind, I think you're sitting okay, especially given that Hammond and Ollie Price would then have batted for an hour and 20 minutes before lunch. They'd be very well set. But even just to get a new partner for Hammond for the afternoon session, 3 wickets down, and you think, well, okay, if there's another session similar to what we've just had, so 90 odd runs scored and another 3 wickets, you're only 50 in front and 6 down. That's quite likely to go quite deep into the wire. You know, and you know, Glamorgan, if it's 120 off 10 overs, give that a go.
Well, exactly, especially as they are eyeing second place, with Derbyshire set to lose up at Chesterfield against Lancashire. They're 8 down and a load of runs behind in that. We'll give you the details. Harris is in, and that was slightly streaky but safe along the ground. There's no third man, and it is a boundary off the bat of Miles Hammond. Just wonder, we've spoken at length about the pace that Glamorgan went about their business yesterday in the afternoon session, but I wonder they'll rue the 80 odd runs more than Gloucestershire had on the second day.
Yeah, continues to loom large, and without wishing to single him out, that drop of Andy Gordon that proved so costly in terms of building up that first innings score for Gloucestershire.
Harris coming round to Miles Hammond, who defends, gets everything behind that into the offside, and there's no run.
And with this Kookaburra, you do feel as though you have to be, that ruthless that you basically take every chance that you get. I'm not really counting those run-out opportunities that they had yesterday evening, although that could certainly have changed things if they got one last night.
This is James Harris coming around to Hammond, full, and it's fielded by Harris, who took the wicket of Cameron Bancroft, trapped LBW this morning for 16, and in the very next over, which proves the old adage that one quite often leads to a couple of wickets, Joe Phillips was caught brilliantly by Asa Tribe at short leg of the bowling of Kellaway, and Kellaway then proceeded to get Ollie Price just before lunch. This is Harris, who's full again and is firmly driven to mid-off, where it's fielded by Tim van der Hoogten, who we'll see at some point, I'm sure, this afternoon, although it's going to be a lot of Ben Kellaway, you would think.
Yeah, I think Harris is very important because he's the one Glamorgan seam bowler that could buy a wicket by banging it in short and mixing his lengths up. I'm not sure that van der Hoogten would be bashing it into the pitch too much.
Harris is in and full, and they'll take a quick wicket and they'll easily come through for a single as it was pushed towards mid-off. So Derbyshire, of course, are currently second with 122 points before this game. Well, they need an unlikely 282 off their remaining 66 overs, but they're 8 down in that game. Target
going down with his sinking ship.
Yes. Yeah. So obviously has a bearing on both these teams, who are still in the mix. Harris coming over to Van Buren, who was a little edgy prior to lunch when he came in after Ollie Price's wicket. That is the end of James Harris's first over in this spell. Gloucestershire 113 for 3. They now trail by just 35 runs.
And it may still, it's only one wicket, but it may still just be worth keeping a bit of an eye on what happens at Canterbury, as Northamptonshire ended up declaring on another absurd score of 722 for 6, but that did give them a lead of 156 runs, and Kent have lost an early wicket of Jaden Denley, so I'm sure Ben Compton can continue to block for as long as he can, but if he goes, then that could still be a pretty nervy finish for Kent, who we saw lose 6 wickets in the 41 overs that Gloucestershire had at them, and they were batting for a draw on the final day of round 3 for Gloucestershire. Kellaway continues as a leg slip, silly mid-off and a slip. Sorry, that's short leg. I think I said leg slip, didn't I? Short leg. A full ball. To start with, Hammond drives, finds a gap on the offside, and a single is added out to deep point. 34 runs is the deficit. All quiet out there now after the excitement of this morning in terms of the noise levels, as Van Buren defends to silly mid-off, and that's sort of reflected both in the Glamorgan field, but more from what we've had floating through the ether. Various sound checks going on. Van Buren drives, takes a quick single to mid-off, and it's a well-judged one. as he takes his score to 6. 115 for 3. But really, you couldn't ask for too much better in terms of a day to watch cricket, but I'm not sure that Gloucestershire supporters, if there are any that have made it today, will be enjoying it a great deal at this stage. He's sitting on the edge of the seat, biting fingernails. Kellaway into Hammond, who's forward, steering this one to safety into the onside.
Yes, the sound check said is referring to because there's a gig just in Blackware Field this evening with Alanis Morissette, the Canadian-American singer.
Kellaway, wide of the crease and left alone.
There seems to be every night there's a different gig on in Cardiff over the summer.
It's amazing how many of
the castle
the
and
ones
the stadium.
that you assume are American are in fact Canadian. Sweeping is Hammond, hitting it hard, and it's a tumble out at deep square from Zainul Hassan, who was threatening to be done a little bit by the spin there, but did well to put his body on the line, and Hammond has the strike at the end of the over. 38 to him, 116 for 3.
It usually means that I can't park my car anywhere near my house for a few days because it's just utter carnage. So I've got that to look forward to this weekend when Oasis descend on Cardiff for the start of their tour. I play Friday and Saturday. Stereophonics the week after. So plenty going on.
Yes, I'm also wondering who might be on when there's the double header here in a couple of weeks.
Harris, that's bouncer, and that's a Calder wide.
Yeah, that really was the step ladder that would have been needed by Hammond there. Not that I would suggest ever swishing a cricket bat whilst you're standing on a step ladder. I think that would be really inadvisable. But that is probably as high a bouncer as I've seen all year.
Alanis Morissette, that is in Butte Park. It's not. Blackware is just further beyond.
Right.
Although it's probably technically called Butte Park. Stevie Wonder is there next week. And
is that on the Sunday? Or
that's a midweeker.
That's a midweek. Okay,
that's a midweeker.
Wondering what might be on the 13th.
I'm looking to see. The Rag and Bone Man.
Oh no, really?
Is here on the 13th, and that is in Cardiff Castle.
Oh no, Rag and Bone Man.
Yeah. Harris in, and that's played into the offside towards mid-off, just dribbles towards Tim van der Hoogten.
Gosh, that really is going to be.
So that's going to be busy.
Over the double header, having that wafting across. Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my, there'll be such noise from inside the ground that they'll drown it out, I'm sure. The T20.
Well, yes. James Harris comes in, and that's driven again towards mid-off, and again it's picked up by Tim van der Hoogten, and it is a dot ball. So just that wide, the start of James Harris's over. 31 Gloucestershire trail by now. Hammond doing a decent job for the Shire since coming in. 38 from 75. Coming in is James Harris. Decent ball, but Hammond gets everything behind it, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, he as I've said already, really, he does have the reputation as the dasher, Hammond, and playing fairly freely, but he does have it in him to stick it out. Yeah. He's going to need to trust that technique and trust that defence.
Harris past the umpire, coming around, and that's just fended off into the offside, and there's no run. So good over by James Harris.
Yeah, I mean, you continue to mix things up. Won't so much in the bouncer, but we've seen that slower ball come out a few times. It's well worth a try.
They're going to have to be creative on this pitch, and with the ball, it's very, very difficult. We've seen that throughout the course of the 4 days. Just trying to create a bit of indecision, some batter error. Harris steaming in from the Cathedral Road end, gives that one a bit of width, and well, Hammond was trying to play that through the offside and wasn't well timed, and it ended up dribbling into the onside. That is the end of a decent over, from more than a decent over by James Harris. Just that wide coming off it, 117 for 3, trailing by 31 Nethershire. And a bit of a conflab out in the middle between both batters, Hammond and Van Buren, just to stick around for this second session post-lunch.
Yeah, there was a tempting gap between bat and pad on that last delivery. If Harris could have even got a small amount of jag off the pitch, might have caught the inside edge or gone through it. As it is, another over ticked by as Kellaway is into Van Buren, who is covering up defensively, and doesn't look as though the former, now Gloucestershire captain, is particularly interested in doing anything other than blunting Kellaway at this stage. He does reach for that one and plays a rather pokey looking push, but it'll get him a single because of this attacking field that has been rightly set by Sam Northeast. 118 for 3, so Van Buren on to 7. I was just reaching for that one a bit though. 30 runs behind Gloucestershire. Kellaway round the wicket to Hammond, who is forward and playing defensively with the back leg right on the floor.
Just to reiterate, no Mason Crane. We await the exact outcome. We pulled up with injury last night.
Kellaway in, a little bit shorter and quicker. Hammond sees it well though, rocks onto the back foot, drives for a single through point.
I know what they would do for a Mason Crane now, because that is the one person, a leggy of course, that can do something different on a flat track.
I mean, having spin in tandem, turning it both ways, as Van Buren gets enough width there to access that backward point area. He's not hit it well enough for the boundary, but there should be a pretty comfortable 3 as Carlson does the tidying up, sends in the one bounce throw. 122 for 3, so that gets Van Buren to 10, 26 behind. And also, what that would have done is made it quite likely that it would be more than 96 overs that Glamorgan would have, so they could have added another, you know. We've seen what's happened quite often in games going into the last hour, where all of a sudden you can get through even 18, 19 overs in the last hour, and then maybe several extra overs before that. Hammond sweeps, misses it. I think it's gone off Cook's glove and to slip, but he tried to fetch that sweep shot from outside the off stump, did Hammond, and there was
a bit of turn there as well.
Yeah, there was. I suppose it was wide of off stump, so you're probably looking at footmark turn there, but even so, there's every chance that a top edge or even a toe end could end up in the hands of slip, but it missed, and it's 122 for 3 as it was only 5 overs there that Gloucestershire have negotiated since lunch, which shows you how much work still to be done. 60 overs is the number total, although, as I say, maybe a few more than that.
More of James Harris from the Cathedral Road end, right arm over to Van Buren, who plays solidly behind that to mid-on. Dot ball.
It's quite handy that Nick Webb and I have the same laptop charger.
That is
So the number of flipping different ones that you get out there that aren't even compatible with the same laptop makes, even different models, quite useful with us switching seats.
indeed. As Harris comes in, Nick will be back. That was, well, it was guided down to the vacated third man area for 4. Off the bat of Gray and Van Buren. Nick is having a little wander around the stadium. He'll be back in due course.
Not sunbathing, is he?
It's not the day for sunbathing today. We've had glorious days, especially the second day. Monday was baking.
Yes, we did have full view of several of the sunbathers at the far end.
Unfortunately so. But not today. There is a bit of cloud in the air in the Welsh capital as Harris comes in, past the umpire, bowls, and again Van Buren solidly behind it, defends, no run. That is going to be the theme, I suspect, for a while. They trail now just by 22. So we thought it would have been the early part of the afternoon where they would have wiped out the deficit. Van Buren takes guard. Harris coming in, bowls, and that's cut aggressively, but only towards point. And it's fielded.
Yeah, this is not Bazball,
No.
he says, just to wind people up.
Incidentally, 2 wickets down. And the test match.
Joswell, 72.
Yeah.
Not sure if there was anyone that really thought his technique might come unstuck in England, but it certainly isn't.
Harris bowls full. And that's driven, and it's missed by Tim van der Hoogten, and it will go all the way. Probably feels he should have done better to intercept there. All along the ground, just a firm push, no more, by Van Buren. And it gets to the boundary rope.
Not sure that Van der Hoogten will be turning around to have a look at
No.
James Harris. He was given the stare, but all he could stare at was the back of Tim van der Hoogten's cap there, James Harris. But as has been mentioned before, he's had a hefty workload, Van der Hoogten.
Harris full and firmly pushed into the offside, only as far as Sam Northeast, who's there at mid-off, the end of the over. No surprise that India were put into bat after that chase at Headingley.
Anticipate it being another pretty high scoring game. Edgbaston pitch, well, I mean, every pitch in the country is basically the same now, isn't it? There's that difference between them has just gone. I mean, where do you get different pitches other than outgrounds? Particularly, maybe you've got the slope at a couple of grounds that has a bit of an effect. Hove, you've got the top to bottom slope rather than the side to side slope at Lords and Canterbury, but by and large, very, very similar. I suppose the Taunton pitch tends to turn a bit more, but that's obviously assisted by the way that they prepare it, which is perfectly fine. But in terms of variation, that's one of the only ones really. Kellaway round the wicket to Hammond, who plays with the bat and pad close together. There was a little expression of interest just in case it might have been pad first, but it wasn't really a full-on appeal to and Harris. Kellaway in, bowls left by Hammond in exaggerated fashion. He's certainly not going to be leaving the ball in the most extravagant fashion that you will have seen at Cardiff all season, but he did do a full-on sway out of the way of that one. Callaway in, defended into the leg side, and there's a single available there with only a backward square on the boundary, a mid-on and a short leg. 131 for 3. Hammond has 40. Zainul Hassan was doing some aggressive leg kicking there. I don't know if that means he's going to come into the attack or whether he's just keeping himself loose or trying to catch Sam Northeast's eye from mid-wicket. He's certainly going to catch his eye now, though, because Northeast is pointing for Ul Hassan to go and field at more of a cover point than a cover. Callaway round the wicket to the right-handed. Van Buren plays that very late and delicately in the end with a good part of bat on it to silly mid-off, but he waited until the last possible moment to elect what to do with that. Van Buren. Callaway in, but quicker, turned leg side past short leg and making sure that it was kept well down. And yeah, Zainul Hassan continues to look as if he might be coming into the attack with practice delivery as well. Callaway bowls tight to the stumps. Van Buren blocks it out, and another Callaway overs completed. 21 overs, 2 for 56. There was always a fair chance that it wasn't going to come quickly, but he's wheeled away for 21 overs. He's going to have to bowl a lot more overs as well, and I guess that's the other thing. And we saw it a little bit last week when Morley and Thompson's overs increased, even as a spinner, as you start getting into the 30s and even 40s in terms of overs bowled. You just can't be putting the same amount on the ball as early on. So Gloucestershire need to keep running these overs of Callaway up. They're behind by 17, so they have added 23 runs since lunch. Hammond and Van Buren, though more importantly than that, still at the crease.
And Glamorgan are going to add Zainul Hassan to the attack, and he'll be hoping to create more impression with the ball than the bat, and a little bit of pressure possibly at the top of the order with Eddie Byram absent recently.
If he can take a couple of wickets here, he'll prove his worth in terms of balance of the side. Derbyshire 9 down, by the way. The end appears
so
to be
the
nigh.
end is nigh there. So Glamorgan need a breakthrough of some sort here. Zainul Hassan comes in, and that's past the batter on the offside taken, and it died before being taken by Chris Cook.
I think if Cook might, even after that one delivery there, decide to come up to the stumps. I know it was a loosener, but he'd probably rather just be taking those on the full up to the stumps rather than on the bounce, even if he weren't bothered about Hammond batting outside his crease, which he surely is.
Trailing by 17 now, Gloucestershire. Oh, that's better from Ul Hassan. A bit of shape away from Hammond, and that was a play and a miss. I haven't seen much of that at all. Just see the replay. Yeah, just a bit of shape.
Just a hint, isn't there? Yeah.
Left Hammond, he's cross with himself because it was a wayward shot. It was still way outside off stump. Zainul Hassan comes in. That's a better shot. And past Tim van der Hoogten, who chases it but won't reach the ball over the boundary rope for 4. Wasn't totally timed, but had enough to get past mid-off. Just over pitching there was Ul Hassan.
And a bit straighter as well. Hammond got his foot to the ball. Old-fashioned coaching. Foot to the ball, head over it, and then got the drive away just that bit closer to him. And
It'll never catch on.
For it.
It'll never catch on.
No, it won't. It won't. It's gone forever. Big stride in, etc. Foot to the pitch. Nah. Just stand there, stay balanced, and reverse ramp it for 4.
Ul Hassan, that's a similar shot, but picked out short cover that time, and there's no run. Ace of Tribe is there fielding. 116 for 2 are India at Edgbaston. Earlier the Lions were victorious, again scoring over 50 against the Queensland Reds at Brisbane. Jack Morgan was man of the match at the Suncorp Stadium. That's played into the onside towards mid-on, and there's no run, so that would have done his test hopes an awful lot of good. Lions play New South Wales and Sydney on the weekend, and then there's only 2 weeks prior to the first test, which is back in Sydney at the Suncorp Stadium. Zain ul Hassan will conclude his over here, coming around to Hammond, who plays it confidently through short cover, and a single is taken. End of the over. Gloucestershire 136, which means that they now trail by just 12 runs. Van Buren 18. Hammond is looking solid on 45.
And I hadn't realised the cricket connection with the second test, did you say, at the MCG?
It is at the MCG, yeah. Which, well,
I don't recall seeing much rugby at the MCG before.
They have played rugby there. Australia played rugby, an awful lot of rugby there at the tail end of the 90s.
Right.
But then the new stadium was built in Melbourne, down at the Docklands. It used to be called the Colonial Stadium, but it's gone through various different guises.
Stadium
Etihad Stadium at one point, which has got a closed roof. The Lions played there in 2013. So that'll be very exciting for them to play at the MCG.
Callaway to Hammond, turn and bounce, but out of the footmarks, and being the offie, it's not going to trouble Hammond, because as long as he doesn't play a shot at it, there's no chance that's going onto the stumps.
Of course, the first test in 2001
Callaway bowls swept by Hammond. He'll take a single to deep square.
was at another cricket stadium. The Gabba was the venue where the Lions won that first test quite convincingly before proceeding to lose the second and third. Mr. Nick Webb has brought the all-important stuff, and this is the big conundrum of the day.
Yes, it is. It has been for the last couple of days. Callaway bowls driving is Van Buren straight into the shin pads of silly mid-off.
You have to be very quick off the mark because they do disappear, and Nick has spotted his chance.
Yes. The question was Callaway's round the wicket bowling defended to silly mid-off. Hello.
There we go. The sound checks are back.
It's back. I promise you that's not one of our phones going off or something. Callaway in, driving is Van Buren. It's a lovely shot for 4. This is going to sound great on the highlights, ECB. 141 for 3. If that doesn't make it into the 10-minute highlights clip that people watch back, then I should be furious.
Well, if this is like this for the foreseeable, we were having sound checks when they were warming up this morning, and then had a bit of a lull. But it seems as though the racket is back.
Callaway bowls, Van Buren cuts, misses. That was an attempted late cut. Tried to cut it out of the keeper's hands, missed it completely. End of the over, 141 for 3. Gloucestershire behind by 7. I can report that there is neither partially nor fully hydrogenated fat in my tea time selection today. And with that important news, over to Nick Webb and firstly Kenneth Davis.
Thank you, Ed. Ed is leaving before the height of the music. So we will be battling with the sound checks, it would seem, as it will be Zain ul Hassan to continue from the
Rest assured there won't be too many puns because I only know 2 songs, Ironic and jagged little pill.
In comes Ul Hassan bowls, and 4 defensive stroke from Hammond, who needs 4 runs to get his half century down to mid-on. There's no run. Van Buren proving an able partner at the moment on 22 from 40. This might get Glamorgan going. It is because Alanis Morissette is playing this evening. If you're wondering why on earth there is that noise in the background. In comes Zain Ul Hassan, and that was edged. There's no third man, and it goes for 4. It was actually between wicketkeeper and first slip, and run all across the ground, and that means there is a ripple of applause, and it is because Hammond has scored his 50, and much needed 50 it has been for Gloucestershire to stable things for them.
He's tucked away most of his attacking instincts. 50 off 94 balls, and it brings Gloucestershire just 3 runs behind now.
Well, we're used to racket of some sorts in limited overs cricket. And the 100, there'll be a lot of racket in August.
Steady on, Kenneth, you're only 40, not 70.
In comes Ul Hassan, and that's... Where did that go? That's gone past backward point for 4 along the ground.
Yeah, slightly thicker edge to the drive. It was still slightly off the outer part of the bat, but I think Hammond can claim that one, and it is a boundary that puts his side into the lead. A very important psychological point.
By 1. Exactly when we thought that would happen. 149 for 3. Quarter past 2. Zain Ul Hassan coming around to Miles Hammond. Comes forward. Standing up is Chris Cook, the keeper.
Yes, it's brings Gloucestershire into somewhat calmer waters,
Yes,
doesn't it?
it does.
Having a lead.
And have negotiated what was probably a tough spot before and after lunch, after losing Ollie Price. 3rd wicket to go down. Ul Hassan. Glamorgan need something to happen out there, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, without Mason Crane, who won't play again today because of that side strain. The replacement fielder, Tom Norton, by the way, is still 17 despite his physique and impressive beard.
Henry Hurl came on for a period
Yes.
before lunch as well.
Norton's been doing most of it. Still 17. I checked with the man himself.
Zain Ul Hassan, that's left outside off stump. Not taken cleanly by Chris Cook. End of the over. And Gloucestershire consolidating. 149 for 3, which means a lead of 1.
94 balls, 8 fours for the Hammond half century. And some good time taken out of the game as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. 149 for 3. Thought they might have had an over or 2 of Kieran Carlson by now, but Ben Callaway is into his 23rd over of the innings. 1 or 2 last night. And a few more to come. Callaway bowls and Van Buren defends. Norton is under the lid. Callaway in again, 4 around the bat. Van Buren, oh, that's been put down. I think that'll go down as a chance. Too silly point. Norton got a hand to it, had another grab. Was that off the bat or the pad?
I'm not sure if there was bats.
We'll see the replay.
I don't know.
It's certainly pad first.
Yeah.
Callaway bowls and Van Buren defends.
Yeah.
Unless there was an inside edge on the way past, out from the pad, if you like.
Yeah, it wasn't conclusive that there was.
Callaway is into bowl.
Oh, that's
big appeal. He's out. LBW going on the back foot, and that proved fatal for Graham Van Buren. Callaway has got his 3rd wicket, and just when Gloucestershire think that they're sighting safety, another wicket falls. 149 for 4, 1 run ahead.
I don't think there's any argument at all with that dismissal. Rocking back, hit him quite low as well. I think that was one of the easier LBW decisions.
Van Buren turned on his heel, and almost before the umpire's finger went up.
Well. Callaway is striking with the ball as well. I wonder, is he going to be needing to do interviews again this afternoon?
Yeah, not very often that happens, but certainly he has been Glamorgan's main weapon with the bat as well as the ball over the last couple of days. The 3rd for Callaway, 3 for 61, 149 for 4.
And as you mentioned, Nick, you just, as soon as you think Gloucestershire are in calmer waters, there's just that wicket just to bring it back interesting again and to keep Glamorgan on the attack. Oh, the music did it.
Don't think it was it blasting out when he was dismissed? I'm not sure that it was. But must be somewhat distracting for all the players, really.
It's not ideal. Well, the previous ball, wasn't the previous one, but where I think it did just come off the pad and evaded Norton at silly mid-off.
So the new batter as the left-hander James Bracey, who did so well in the first innings with his 133 last out and that important last wicket stand of 89 with Bailey, without which Gloucestershire would have been a lot further behind in the game, and Bracey being crowded as you would suspect. 2 slips, a silly point and a short leg. Which way is Callaway going to bowl? Which arm is he going to bowl? He's coming right arm around by the look of it. Yep, right arm it is, and played away into the offside by Bracey and well stopped. That cover by the sprawling captain, Sam Northeast. 149 for 4 Gloucestershire. Effectively 1 for 4 with 52 overs left after this, as that pops down towards the slips, but not a catching chance. 149 for 4. Applause for Callaway's breakthrough, and Glamorgan keep their hopes alive.
Indeed they do. So crucial wicket that could prove to be, and Glamorgan keeping it interesting on the final day. So in effect, Gloucestershire 1 for 4 with the new man James Bracey, who scored 133 in the first innings, which helped Gloucestershire get to a respectable total in the end. They were under the cosh and at one point looked as if they were going to be all out for around 300-ish, but Bracey and Archie Bailey ensured that they got to 380. So this is Zain ul Hassan, who's bowled decently. We saw a bit of shape moving away in his first over. Chris Cook since then has decided to stand up to the medium pacer. Here comes Zain ul Hassan. That's played, trying to guide it down to the vacant third man area was Hammond, but it was fielded by Colin Ingram and no run. So this is where Glamorgan need to strike with the new batter in. This is a big partnership now for Gloucestershire. Back on his stumps is Hammond, plays it in the onside, and it's a dot ball.
Yeah, they've got Ben Charlesworth to come at 7, which is fairly low for him. Has batted right at the top of the order. After that, Actor would be a bowling all-rounder, I suppose. And Murphy, Singdale and Bailey, who did well so well in the first innings for the Shire.
Zain ul Hassan wheels round, comes past the umpire, and that's played through the covers. Just a single. There's a man sweeping on the offside.
It's all over in Chesterfield, where Derbyshire were bowled out for 251 in their second innings. Lancashire win by 261 runs, and therefore that allows these two teams, possibly both, to close the gap on Derbyshire in second place.
Yes.
Even if this is a draw, they will have the advantage over Derbyshire on this particular round.
Looks as if it's going to be a tight race for that second spot.
Wayne Madsen finished 95 not out. The last 4 batters contributed 3 runs between them.
In comes ul Hassan, and there's well, 2 slips.
The issue, as far as
Gully as well.
Glamorgan are concerned, as some North East alluded to in last week's interview, that Glamorgan haven't tended to do too well in the latter stages of the championship. In September, anyway.
Zain ul Hassan in, and that's fielded. Yes, it is. Well, it would have been brilliant placement had it bisected 3 fielders behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's a sort of. It's not quite a cordon, is it? It's
no.
It's a 1.5 slip, a 4th slip, and a gully.
Yeah. And then there's backward point as well. Last ball of ul Hassan's over, coming in round the wicket to Bracey, who picks out the man at backward point. That is the end of the over. Just 1 run coming off it. So tight over from Zain ul Hassan.
So Lancashire have gone up in the live table to 4th place, but Gloucestershire will go back above them even if they were to lose, because they'd go up to 103, Lancashire on 102, but Gloucestershire still with pretty high hopes, you'd have to say, of batting this one out and securing a draw, and 12 points to Glamorgan's 14, but Kellaway just keeps Glamorgan in the game for the second time, really. We had a bit of a 3rd wicket stand before Kellaway struck, a bit of a 4th wicket stand before Kellaway struck. Added 56, by the way, for that 4th wicket. Kellaway to bowl to Hammond, 2 left-handers now, and Hammond is forward, defending on the onside, and there is no run. In the Test match, India 129 for 2, with Jaiswal on 76, Gill on 14. through outside off stump. No shot played by Hammond. Shubman Gill, who had a brief spell at Glamorgan at the end of the 2022 season. Got a century and a 90 in the space of, I think, 3 matches. Callaway bowls and defended by Hammond. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. Raining in Canterbury, where Kent are 12 for 1 in their second innings. 144 runs behind Northants. Callaway bowls, and going on the sweep was Hammond there. Got a bottom edge on it, really scuffed it into the ground. Down to fine leg to take the single. 150 up for... no, 151, sorry, 150 had previously come up. 151 for 4, Gloucestershire, effectively 3 for 4. Northants declared with Saif Saib on 196 not out, which seems rather cruel. As Callaway is into bowl and has played into the offside, no run for James Bracey. Imagine they'd have done the entire set twice by the time they actually get to perform this evening. Very ironic. Callaway bowls up in the block hole, flighted. Bracey pushes it back to the bowler. There is no run. 151 for 4 at the end of the over. Don't think I'd be very pleased with skipper Luke Proctor if I were Saif Zaib. 196 not out. I mean, surely give him one more over to get to a double 100. You would have thought. Broad was 157 not out, and having batted on 146 overs, that's not a bad run rate actually. That's well over 4, isn't it? Kent's attack suffering somewhat. Parkinson 1 for 200.
Still only 2 down in the Test match are India.
Yep, 129 for 2.
Continuing with Zainul Hassan at Glamorgan from the Cathedral Road end. So despite that wicket, they still need a few more before tea, you'd think. Just to keep it as a contest.
Yeah, 2 more by tea, I would say, for Glamorgan to be realistic. It's still in the game.
Well, Hassan, slightly short that time, and it's dealt with by Hammond, who's on 56 from 106 balls. 52 overs remaining of the day.
Only we will never know, but you would imagine that Mason Crane would have bowled an awful lot today as Glamorgan's maybe principal weapon, certainly alongside Callaway.
He would have been very handy today, which is a shame. Zainul Hassan is in, and it's played again towards the offside. It's a tribe field, so there's no run.
Edward Cooper on next, bemoaning the noise pollution compared to the fact that Glamorgan can't use lights for championship matches, so light pollution would not be allowed.
That is a contentious issue. Well, Hassan foolish that time and prodded into the offside again. Ace of Tribe is there.
David Parsons on X says the noise from Blackweir reminds me that I was playing a Sunday friendly on one of the Blackweir pitches while Brian Adams was doing his sound check for a gig at Cardiff Castle. If they were just playing the songs, it wouldn't be so bad, but you get sort of bits and pieces of songs and no vocals and roadies counting to 10.
Well, Hassan in, and that's guided, but has picked off the man at his widest, well, is that gully.
So the wind's not blowing towards my side of town tomorrow, which it usually is from here when Slayer are doing their thing.
Oh, you know, it just means that you're getting a free concert, Nick.
I think I'd pay not to go to see Slayer.
Short run up from Zainul Hassan. Chris Cook standing up. Again, played into the offside. Again, it's fielded by Ben Callaway, who's taken 3 wickets. And has quite the impact. Still sunshine over Sophia Gardens. There's a bit of cloud cover, or has been. Last ball then from Zainul Hassan, and that is the only blot on his copybook for the over, because that is the only run from it. End of the over, 152 for 4. The lead is 4, so in effect Gloucestershire are 4 for 4.
In case you, dear listener, are not familiar with the work of Slayer, they are described as a legendary thrash metal band.
There we are.
It's their first time in 6 years playing a concert in the UK. What have we done to deserve it, as the Pet Shop Boys would have sang. One of only 2 shows in Europe this year, and joining them will be the well-known lineup of Amon Amarth, Anthrax, Mastodon, Hatebreed and Eckbreaker.
Oh yes, yes. I would have. All familiar names.
Your kid's not dragging you over tomorrow then, Kenneth?
No.
152 for 4. Hammond on strike. And down to 1 slip and a short leg in terms of the close-in fielders. Callaway left arm floats it up. It's a filthy full toss, and it's smashed through the onside for 4 runs. Actually, that's been called a no ball. Oh, it's gone for 6, and it's been called a no ball as well on height. Yes, you can't afford too much experimentation, because earlier in the season, it was the last over of a match, he was actually taken off for bowling 2 high full tosses, albeit when the opposition needed only
So it might be the conventional right arm bowling for a while.
Let's see. Maybe he has faith. He has 2 deep in the leg side, so I think it's going to be another leg side left arm delivery. It's driven into the offside this time, and well stopped by a tumbling Harris at wide mid off. They're through for the single. So that means 9 off 1 ball so far this over, and Gloucestershire have galloped on to a lead of 13 runs, and some more fielders come back around the bat, which means presumably that he'll switch back to right arm.
Well, there was a wicket the last time the music was as loud.
There's batter just checking that Callaway is going to bowl with right arm. In he comes, and Bracey pushes forward. I think there's a little ball check from the umpire as well. Umpire Harris at the far end. 161 for 4. Callaway bowls, flicked away on the leg side, singled to Bracey to get him off the mark. Off the 9th ball he's received, but not remotely of concern. Scoring rate. In Division 1, Somerset have gone into the lead against Nottinghamshire, 152 for 4. It's effectively 22 for 4. So Somerset in a very similar position to Gloucestershire, as Hammond drives into the offside fairly gently. Gorvin jogs in off the point boundary and fields, and they go through for a single. 163 for 4. Hampshire are still 267 behind Worcestershire at 191 for 4 in their second innings. Ben Brown 52 not out. Callaway in, bowls, and forward comes Bracey, no run. Durham inevitably following on, but still got 10 wickets in hand against Surrey at the Oval. As chopped down into the ground by Bracey, trickles gently out into the offside. And there is no run at Hove, where they were off for considerable length of time. Warwickshire 170 for 3 in their second innings. That's a lead of only 52, so that one also heading for a draw. Yorkshire look to be heading for victory, because Essex are 107 for 7 in their second innings, just 16 runs ahead at York, so need some very stiff tail end resistance from Essex to avoid defeat there. Lancashire beat Derbyshire by 262 runs. Kent are 24 for 1 in their second innings, still 132 behind Northants at Canterbury.
That is the roundup. 163 for 4, Gloucestershire, lead of 15. The loss of 4 wickets, it will still be Zainul Hassan from the Cathedral Road end. Cook standing up, there's a slip in. And here he comes in, and that's wide, taken well by the wicket keeper.
Glamorgan seconds bowlers, who are doing well early on, suffered a bit later. 200 for 7 was the Worcestershire final total, even after getting Pollock and D'Oliveira out very cheaply. Henry Cullen hit 69. A chap by the name of Latigan hit 95 off 48.
Well, Hassan full, and that's hit firmly into the offside, evades point, and goes all the way for 4.
Ned Leonard, who may be performing on Friday night at Taunton, took 2 for 29 in his 4 overs, tidy enough. Dan Douthwaite went round the park a bit, 1 for 46. Jamie McIlroy 2 for 38.
Ned Leonard, who was on briefly last night when Crane didn't appear. Hammond has now moved on to 69. It's a very useful innings. In comes Zainul Hassan. Forward is Hammond, solid lead, and the ball is played down to mid-on, where the captain Sam Northeast is rubbing furiously at the Kookaburra ball. Doubt if it's going to have much, if any, impact whatsoever. As we've mentioned, they rub it furiously, but unlike the Duke, the red mark is not to be seen at all. Ul Hassan, and that's left outside off stump by Hammond, and taken by Chris Cook.
This is quite likely to mean a diversion for me at the end of this game, as I imagine they'd have
they'd have
closed off in front of the castle.
They'll be streaming in from everywhere. Penultimate ball of the over, and nothing untoward happening at all. It's dealt with by Hammond. He's looking very strong for his 69 from 119 balls.
Actually, the concert starts at 5:30.
There we are.
Singer-songwriter from Anglesey by the name of Megan Wynne. You familiar with her, Kenneth?
I'm not.
Or her work, rather.
Ul Hassan, last ball of the over, played to point. That's enough music chat from myself and Nick for the time being. It'll be Nick and Ed to take you on amongst the sound checks.
Thank you very much indeed, Kenneth. Gweno, another Welsh artist, is on at 6:30. Liz Fair, US songwriter, is on at 7:30, and Ms. Morissette herself is on at 8:45. 167 for 4. I'm back with the cricket, but Well, Glamorgan need at least one, probably two, before tea to keep themselves fully motivated in this game, you would suspect. Though they will presumably keep plugging away until after tea. Callaway bowls and Bracey shoulders arms. Ever-changing personnel around the bat. It's a short leg, a silly point and two slips at the moment. Callaway bowls and Bracey rocks back and forces through the offside. Gorvin will give pursuit. Will he get to it? Not quite. Got a hand to it just as it crossed the ropes, but on that shorter side of the ground in front of the pavilion was unable to claw it back infield. There are some easy runs to be had when they get it past these infielders. 171 for 4, 23 ahead.
Hello.
Afternoon, Ed. Behave yourself.
Steady on, everybody.
India 139 for 2 in Test match against England as North East wanders over for a bit of desperate ball polishing, and Callaway looking like a man who's sent down a few overs now, slightly bedraggled. As James Harris wanders over to offer an opinion, and the game. What's Kieran Carlson up to? What is Kieran Carlson up to? He rolled his trousers up for a moment for no particular reason, and is doing some fake bowling. So maybe he'll be in the attack before too long at this Cathedral Road end.
Glamorgan's Shoaib Bashir is into the attack in the Test match.
Callaway bowls a bill for catch at the wicket, not given.
I'm not sure that Callaway was completely selling that appeal in the same way as some round the bat. Yeah, it was. If you watch Callaway, it was hands up in the air in, oh, it's just missed. Oh, how was that?
Next ball is deflected on the leg side by Bracey. Callaway jogs across to field it himself. Yes, he was playing away from the body, so there wasn't a pad involved in that previous Bracey shot.
Clearly Callaway didn't hear anything.
As Bracey pushing forward, oohs and ahs as he's hit on the pad, but he's got a very good stride in.
I think we can pretty safely discount getting through extra overs after recent events.
Callaway in bowls. Bracey plays it back to him. No run. End of the overs. 4 runs off it. Callaway 3 for 77 now. 171 for 4. The lead is 23. Where are we? We're going to have T's fixed at 340, isn't it? But they're not going to get to 32 overs remaining.
Not going to be far
by
behind,
that point. It could be 35 in the final session available.
And Glamorgan look as though they would like to continue with a seam spin combination rather than go with double spin. And to be honest, I unless it's really ragging, which it isn't, I think you kind of prefer the situation where you've got quality rather than quantity sometimes. It did feel, watching Somerset trying to bowl Worcestershire out in that opening game of the season, that they possibly missed the opportunity to bring back somebody like a Craig Overton later on against the tail and just tried to bowl as many overs as spin as possible. Take nothing away from the way Worcestershire batted, because it's an amazing effort, but just as an example, sometimes you can try and rush possibly a bit too much. There's a close second slip and a wide, almost second gully really, as close catches as Van der Hugten's back, bowling round the wicket to Hammond, who is playing forward and rigidly defending.
Yeah, Carlson hasn't done much with the ball this season, 0 for 36. Last season he had 10 wickets at 58. So useful occasional bowler. His best form seems to be the One Day Cup for some reason, when He's been a reasonably regular bowler some years.
50 over kings.
Colin Ingram's favourite, the 50 over format. Carlson watched by his parents today, by the way, who are regular attendees.
Van der Hoogten slightly wearily starting his approach, but there's nothing weary about his delivery as he bowls to Hammond, and he gets it in a part of the bat on that, and I think mostly knows what he's doing, squeezing it backward of square on the leg side. He moves on to 70, 172 for 4. And at the moment it is Hammond who is standing up and being counted. Everybody's chipped in with a bit here or there. Nobody that's been dismissed yet has faced fewer than 44 deliveries or been out there for less than an hour in their innings, but it needed at least one person, you felt, from Gloucestershire to go big today. Hammond, I'm sure, wouldn't consider his job done yet, but he certainly has stood up today as Van der Hoogten is bowling to Bracey, who dabs it into the offside, which is pretty well packed. You can be pretty sure where Tim Van der Hoogten is going to be landing it. I'm sure he'll probe the odd one more towards the stumps to bring the LBW into play, but by and large a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg doesn't give him a great deal of protection on the leg side, and certainly doesn't suggest that he's likely to be bowling many deliveries short. Be very much the surprise ball if he were to do so. In again, and bowling edged and short of first slip. That was a pretty genuine edge from Bracey, but that's been the problem all match. It's the problem with this soft ball in English conditions. It just does not carry through to the slips, and that is really, as much as anything, the reason why bowlers hate it.
Fairly similar in Welsh conditions as well as English ones, Ed.
Oh yeah, that old one gets me every time. Sorry. Here comes Van der Hoogten and bowls, and Bracey's forward and pushing into the covers, and there's no run yet. It's usually good for at least one a match, that one. It's just because I feel so at home over here, my Welsh roots, which are fairly prominent in my family. Actually, the surname is of the Welsh side in my family. Grew up in Tenby sort of area, Saundersfoot.
We haven't quite. I was there only a couple of weeks ago.
Gosh, a cacophony of noise now. Van der Hoogten bowling, Bracey driving, fluid shot, but straight to short extra cover for no run. The over's completed, 172 for 4. A rude rasp of motorbikes, or was that all from over the way? It sounded a bit like a motorbike exhaust, but perhaps that's part of the charm. I don't know.
Had enough of that last week at Grace Road with
yes,
various motor repair businesses.
Yeah, is it some division of Hell's Angels there?
Yeah,
I think
there was also a very noisy some sort of industrial cleaner cleaning the entire stock of white vans of Leicester, it would seem.
Scared a cormorant off anyway, that's just fleeing from the vicinity of the noise, kind of flying off over towards the city centre.
172 for 4 as Callaway bowls and Hammond defends to short leg. No run.
Even the gulls seem to be bothered by it.
Well, that might be one mitigating factors. Hammond sweeps, well, sort of sweeps, drags it rather wider than that to wide mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, he needed sort of a shovel or maybe a lacrosse stick to try and do something with that one, really, because it was so full, couldn't really sweep it.
Callaway bowls and Hammond on the back foot plays it out to backward point. Point on the boundary, Gorvin fields. Just chucks it back and drum towards the nearest fielder for a bit of desperate polishing from Sam Northeast. Well, we are going to be able to see a new ball as Callaway bowls a little bit of a quicker, flatter one, and Bracey digs it out. When's the new ball going to come? Quite a bit after tea, I suspect. So it might be a little tardy from the point of view of Glamorgan hopes of winning. Callaway bowls and outside the off stump, Bracey ignores it. .173 for 4. The lead is 25. As it's a little bit shorter and flatter, and again steered through the offside for a single. Bracey, he moves to 6. 174 for 4. 2 singles off the over, and the Gloucestershire staff and players can wander around in the sunshine with not quite carefree attitude, but certainly reasonable confidence that they'll get out of town with 12 points. Actually, they'll take ages to get out of town.
Yes.
As the traffic will be horrible.
Oh gosh. Yes. I'm sure they'll be delighted even to get onto the motorway, which is not something you can usually say. The wonderful speed restrictions basically all the way to the bridge.
Yes. Who needs an M4 relief for O'Day?
Van der Hugten, second over of this spell. 9 overs for just 16 runs in the innings, and he won't go for a run there either. Bracey onto the front foot, defending into the onside to mid-on. There's always something at the moment in the county championship. There always seems to be something happening here. Last year with the flooding, before we ended up getting the game on, then I think the previous time was the time when the hobber cover broke down on day one.
That.
3 cups of tea to everybody who turned up. It was about 12 degrees or something. Rained 3 overs into the day, into the season. And the Hugton bowls, Bracey forward, defending into the offside. And yes, it was a decent game of cricket in the end, that one. Marcus Harris's 148 in the second innings. Graham van Buren got an unbeaten 100 as well, and Gloucestershire were putting a little... I'm going to have to talk a bit louder, aren't I? Gloucestershire were putting a little bit of pressure on
Cardiff, let's see those hands in the air.
Come on, Welsh oh no, sorry, not yet. Start waving the phone about with the torch on, putting off James Bracey. Van der Hugten bowls to him, and somehow he's concentrating through all this and tapping it into the offside. Once again fielded by the sun-hatted Ul Hassan. Asa Tribe looks somewhat contemplative at mid-off. Now he's gone over on his haunches. Oh my goodness, it's getting louder.
Should we turn it down a touch?
We might be. I hope we're okay in terms of rights. With how loud this is getting, we can't do anything about it. Van der Hugten bowls. Maybe stays down a fraction. Bracey plays it well though. Gets down low on the ball and defends. Not massively low, but perhaps just a bit. Yeah, he's going to go down for a prod. I thought that would need a prod. But again, we've not seen much of that.
Perhaps we could sue for noise pollution as well.
Yeah.
I've no firm feelings on Alanis Morissette's music either one way or the other, by the way. It's just,
well, just rather
the fact that it's soundtracking a cricket match is somewhat annoying.
Just rather, you'd rather be listening to it out of choice, even if it were your cup of tea. Lead of 26. Van der Hugten strays on to leg stump and is tucked down to fine leg for a single.
Sadly, cups of tea are 40 minutes away.
Yes, and Welsh cake.
Barrabrith for me.
Yeah, well, I didn't see those yesterday, or I'd have gone for one yesterday and have the Welsh cake today. I mean, you've got to do what you've got to do when in Cardiff. etc. But no, I just simply couldn't resist the potassium sorbate in the Welsh cake today. It's particularly appealing. I think it's important to get your potassium, isn't it?
Yes, probably sounds like a good thing, doesn't it?
I mean, perhaps not pure potassium, but you know. Last ball of the over. Keeper up to the stumps, and Hammond will not get a run as he works it leg side. Fielded by Andy Gorvin at mid-wicket, and it's 175 for 4 as the clock strikes 3. Not that you'd ever be able to hear it, even if there were a clock to strike.
Yeah, well, you usually hear one on City Hall.
Yes, that's true actually. Now you
But
mention
I think that might be under
hearing that.
repair at the moment. As I haven't noticed it at all in recent matches. And there's a lot of work going on in that area of the Civic Centre.
Nice to see the Gloucestershire support staff walking the correct way around the ground, given that Gloucestershire are batting.
Is that a thing?
Well, yes, apparently so.
They're going anti-clockwise
I think
at the moment.
it's more right for runs, left for wickets, if I
Okay.
remember rightly. So they've exited the dressing room from the right to start. So
Yeah, got you.
they've got it right. 175 for 4, leaders 27. There are 45 overs as a minimum, but it won't be, because unless Gloucestershire collapse and lose all their wickets before tea, there will be 2+ change.
Kieran Carlson is the selected golden arm for Glamorgan, bowling his first delivery of the match, and it's a respectable one that Bracey defends back down the wicket to him. 175 for 4. Short leg and a slip as Carlson bowls, and driven back past him, but not beating Van der Hoogten, who stoops at mid-on to field. Harris is swinging, whether to keep himself limber or because he's going to get a bowl sometime soon. Carlson bowls on leg stump, just gently prodded away by Bracey with no frills. 7 off 32 deliveries. Oh, finish the song if you're going to.
She's got to save her voice.
175 for 4. Carlson in to bowl to Bracey. Flighted, driven back to him.
There is actually noise happening out in the middle.
Yes.
All of a sudden you can actually hear the usual gasps of anguish as the ball's hit in the middle of the bat.
Yeah, Glamorgan were quite chirpy the hour or so after lunch as Bracey defends on the leg side and there's no run. 175 for 4. Gloucestershire lead by 27. The wickets to fall today, those are Bancroft for 16, Phillips for 28, Price and Van Buren for 22 apiece as Bracey drives to mid-on. Van der Hoogten goes down as if shot. Stayed there for a couple of seconds and then decided that he's got some more work to do. So he rises. 175 for 4. 3 wickets to Callaway, 1 to Harris. But just to emphasise, if you are just joining us, no Mason Crane on the final day for Glamorgan, who might well have been their principal weapon with the ball as a leg spinner on a 4th day pitch. And it will be Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, the way that Callaway has forced some errors, you would think there's a fair chance that Crane would have been able to do similar. It's back. Yeah, I did wonder, looking in retrospect, was that one of the reasons why Glamorgan didn't fancy pushing on quite as they might have done yesterday? Van der Hoogten in now and driving Hammond, picked up by cover, in so much as there might then have been some sort of a possibility of with a attack one weapon shy. Firstly, they might have been thinking about how tired their attack might be at the end of, say, 120 overs rather than 90 to 100, 20 overs that they might have had out of Crane that they're not now getting out of him. Van der Hoogten bowls and Hammond plays with a straight bat back to the bowler. One possible factor also, probably less so this, but Gloucestershire maybe going on the attack and setting some sort of a target and putting Glamorgan under pressure. I don't think they'd have been particularly fussed about that part of things, but maybe just more so. Didn't want to be in the field for quite as long, and again maybe going for quality over quantity. I don't know. Can only sit and speculate really. Van der Hoogten in down the leg side and not taken cleanly by Cook, but he does well to save a set of 4 byes.
Yeah, that's not something you see very often, is Cook standing up to Van der Hoogten. Ul Hassan and Gorvin, yes. Van der Hoogten and Harris, no.
He does like to bat away out of his crease, does Hammond, so could just be that, I guess. But it is also a very old ball now. He would be handy to be able to put it out of its misery if you were Glamorgan, but they can't do so. Hammond driving, good looking shot, but they've got 2 fielders on the drive close in and collapsing to the floor. Colin Ingram affects the stop.
Steve West wondering how many lead Gloucestershire need to make the game safe. I think it's probably on time rather than lead specifically, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out what... They've basically been scoring at 3s, so even if they bat for 30 overs, they'll have a lead of, let's say, 125, 130. Glamorgan would still give that a go. I'm not saying they get there, but, you know, what, 120 odd in 10 overs or something. And a Hookton in, driving off the inner portion of the bat up to mid-on, there's no run. So
well, you might as well have a go at it for a few overs.
And there's a small chance they could get it, so maybe 5-6 overs fewer than that. So, yeah, so I guess the answer is probably, I reckon, in terms of number of runs, about 100 and...
150?
Well, maybe not quite that many, 120, 110, just because of the rate they're likely to be scoring them at. I'm not sure. It's only me doing hypothetical sums in my head. I may have got them completely wrong. Van der Hoogten working on another maiden, and he will get it because it's driven into the ground and then plucked out of the air by Ingram at cover. So that is, well, that's surprising. Has that maiden gone up already? Surely you can't only bowl 2 maidens in 10 overs for 17. 3 maidens. Yeah, there we go. It just flicked over. 175 for 4, lead 27. We've got basically half an hour left until tea and 43 overs to play with.
The Slovenian Gloucestershire exile, whose name you may know how to pronounce.
Jost, is it?
That's the gentleman. Says... Maybe the only players who like the Kookaburra are batters who scored a century or 2 in these 2 matches. I know they get an asterisk by the score, but 100 is 100. Thanks for the commentary over the 4 days. P.S. Metal music and cricket are the best. What a lineup you have there. As Carlson starts a new over and Bracey cuts and will get a single out to point. Thank you very much for that. I did see on one of the fans' forums, it seemed a very large number of players who've got a career best in this round. I think it was at least 9 had a career best of over a century, so not just sort of fiddly little ones. Carlson bowls and Hammond stretches forward, edges it, but safely down to Hurl at backward point.
Yeah, I think it's when you start seeing you know, records over a century old getting broken.
Carlson bowls, chopped away through the offside, but can't quite get it past northeast cover. There's no run.
Sort of think of Bobby Abel turning in his grave at seeing Surrey 820 for 9 declared, and they actually won that game that Bobby Abel was playing in.
Hammond defends to try but short leg, and there's no run.
Whereas Durham 135 for naught in their second innings. You do wonder why teams really do that. Just battle on and on.
As on the defensive goes Hammond, no run.
I sort of get why teams don't pull out at 400, because the scores are so bloated now that you think, well, you might just give up 550, 600 back and put yourself under crazy amounts of pressure. But yeah.
Carlson bowls. Hammond drives, does get this one through the offside, and Gorvin Fields in front of the pavilion away to our left. A single is taken. 177 for 4, 29 ahead Gloucestershire.
Of course, one way that you could change that is by reintroducing the limit in terms of number of overs on the first innings.
Yeah.
Which arguably could make for a more interesting game. I'm not sure how popular it would be amongst those who bat at 6 and 7, who will then be sawn off in their innings, basically having to go on the attack to maximise the number of runs. But then, I don't know, there's certainly an argument for it, whether it's the 110 that we had in the Bob Willis Trophy or 120, 130, wherever you set the limit, just in terms of keeping the game moving. I don't know.
Yeah, 120 I think there'd be an argument for. England have got a third wicket against India. I think it was Ben Stokes.
I see Jaiswal walking off.
You did indeed, caught behind, slashing at a wide one off Ben Stokes.
Doesn't surprise me.
87 off, 107 balls, 13 for, so he certainly entertained the folk of Edgbaston.
Yeah, I mean, he may get out slashing quite a lot, but he will score a large number of runs usually before doing so.
Shubman Gill 35 not out off 90 deliveries faced so far.
Looks to be a good move to 4 for Shubman Gill. He'll be the possible heir apparent in terms of those who purely turn up to watch one player daubing themselves in paint, sort of thing. Gone from Tendulkar, maybe with a little bit of Dhoni in there as well, to Kohli and maybe Gill next. Harris is back into the attack, replacing Van der Hoogten, and there is a gentle delivery on the length outside the off stump, driven towards the deep extra cover boundary. They'll take 2 as Norton in the end tidies up, tumbling away to his left.
Apparently, and I had this second hand, Shubman Gill was vaguely bemused when Glamorgan players were walking from their nearby hotel to the ground at Hove, and he wasn't entirely expecting walking to the grounds to be part of the
well, you just wouldn't be able to do
scene.
that, would you? You just wouldn't. He'd be mobbed if he tried to walk to a ground at home. 179 for 4. Harris 2. Hammond another very slow bouncer as it hits the pitch. It doesn't get up as much as some of the previous ones, so it's nowhere near being a wide. But harmless delivery, really. Harris has to be the one to bang it in short if anybody in this Glamorgan attack would be doing so. He does have 2 fielders back on the boundary at fine leg and deep backward square. There's a mid wicket and a square leg in closer as well. Harris bowls way down the leg side, turned away but not past Ingram. That's square leg. He's only looking for a single, but
Somerset are going virtually in parallel with Gloucestershire. You West Country boys are all the same. 184 for 4 against Notts, leading by 54.
Cola Cadmore 106 not out. I can't imagine there would have been too many who'd have thought that Kola Capmore would be the one that would be playing the responsible innings at the top of the order, whilst Dixon, Lammonby and Rue have got out. Harris switches to over the wicket. Taking on the short ball is Hammond and keeping it down enough as it goes to deep backward square. I didn't see quite for how long that was in the air for, but it must have been in the air for a little bit. There was a cry of catch, but then backward square picked it up as though it had already fallen a long way short. I don't know if Hammond quite got on top of that one. Anyway, hit it backward of square, so well, I'm sure say that he knew he wasn't going to be caught. He's on to 75, 180 for 4. 32 runs the lead. Hammond desperately trying to get the attention of somebody in the dressing room. I think he wants a drink. Harris bowls a slower delivery on leg stump and turned away by Bracey with care, because there are fielders that can take a catch off one that pops up off the change of pace.
Yes, it's another odd field. Two going on the drive on the leg side, but no slip, no leg slip.
And he's used up his bouncers for the over as well. The short ball that was pulled for a single was signalled as his second one for the over. He can bowl it back of a length though, but Bracey from the crease, just a little step back and then into line and defends, and the over is at an end, 180 for 4. Liam Patterson-White has all 4 wickets for Nottinghamshire. Opened the bowling, 28 overs, unchanged I think. Yeah, it must be. 28 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 89. Nobody else. Abbas, Farhan Ahmed, Hutton and McCann have all tried and not succeeded to help him out.
Drinks break for the batters. He was part of a nightmare Nottinghamshire attack from the commentator's point of view a couple of years ago, when 3 out of Nottinghamshire's frontline bowlers were Patterson-White, Patterson and Pattinson.
Pattinson, yes, of course. Oh dear. Do you know, I've still, in my time doing this, I've never commentated on a Nottinghamshire championship game. That must be one of the few sides that I've not commentated on in the championship. Just about everybody else, I think.
Yeah, Glamorgan won at Trent Bridge a few years back. Carlson bowls and Hammond drives to northeast cover, and there's no run. Also did a Glamorgan Notts game here where Cook and Ingram batted through the entire final day for a draw. As Hammond again drives back to Carlson, no run.
Warwickshire, that's the other team I've not had a 4-day involving. I think Gloucestershire haven't played them since 17.
Carlson bowls, Hammond drives.
Oh, of course, actually that's not true. Technically I've done a Bob Willis Trophy game involving Warwickshire, so
yeah,
maybe that counts. But Nottinghamshire, no red ball game.
Oh, I think I've done the entire set-up, possibly not Hampshire. Cut away by Hammond, single out the point boundary. 180 for 4 Gloucestershire, lead Glamorgan by 33 runs with 40 overs remaining in the match after these next couple of deliveries from Kieran Carlson, bowling off spin around the wicket and having Bracey in a little bit of difficulty there as the ball just drops out on the offside.
It's a bit of a hesitant shot from Bracey, really. Tried to stroke it away. Perhaps thought maybe he should have left it, I don't know.
There is quite a bit of rough around by the look of it. As Carlson bowls and Bracey pops it up on the offside. It's fielded at point. For some reason Hammond was interested in a run but shouldn't have been, and in the end wasn't. 181 for 4, and Kenneth and Ed will take you through to tea here on BBC Sport Online.
Thank you, Nick. So Essex still just about clinging on at York, with Shane Snater joining Noah Thane at the crease, but Ben Cox is the only one to offer real Jordan Cox, sorry, slip of the tongue. The only one to offer real resistance. He made 55, Michael Pepper 32, but Essex 120 for 8. They're just about in the lead, so they've avoided the ignominy of the innings defeat, despite the lead for Yorkshire being under 100 runs. But they still look as though they will fall to defeat there, and that will certainly tighten up the relegation battle in Division 1. Might be a flip-flopping of Essex and Yorkshire. Hampshire do seem to be battling for survival at the Utilita Bowl as Harris continues over the wicket, bowls a leg stump delivery which is flicked away into the onside to mid-wicket for no run. Hampshire having steadied the ship today, 225 for 4. Ben Brown has been out there for nearly 200 deliveries for his 70, and Liam Dawson has 33, so despite being 233 behind, end looks to be in sight for Hampshire. But good battles in both divisions, which is good to see, and decent title race setting up as well as Hammond tries to pull and toe ends it to point. And on that note, welcome back, Kenneth.
Thank you, Ed. Yeah, that would have been a very awful way to get out had he toe-ended that on to the stumps. But looks as if with each passing over that the chances of a Glamorgan win here are dwindling, and Gloucestershire are going to do enough.
Harris over the wicket to Hammond. Oh, has he got an edge on that? That popped over the top of his attempted push. It was another one of those slower balls that dipped, gripped, turned away from Hammond, didn't carry through to Cook anyway.
No.
I'm not sure if he got an edge on that or not. He might have missed it, but we've seen 2 deliveries from Harris that he's bowled today that have turned square. Bizarre.
Yeah, good delivery. Again, I don't think it carried.
Winding up for another blast of head banging stuff as Harris tries to bang Hammond on the head with his short ball, but Hammond sways out of the way. First one for the over, and he's coming round the wicket as Harris, as umpire Watts signals with his right hand. And there's going to be that change of angle. No slips, stacked leg side field as Harris bowls another looping short delivery that gets through to the keeper. I mean, even at times Singdale and Actor were having it loop through yesterday, although the job that they did with that shorter stuff, whatever term you want to ascribe to it, without that there's a possibility that things could be 10 overs behind at this point. You never know how an innings would play out in that situation, but as Harris bowls way down the leg side, flicked away, they're coming through for a quick single, be a shot at the stumps from Carlson, he hits, but Bracey's well home. That is a fine bit of fielding from Kieran Carlson. He attacked the ball from a deepish backward square and then hit the stumps from a good 40 yards away with only a stump and a half to aim at. I think Bracey was well home. Oh, slowing it right down, and yeah, home by a foot. He didn't dive, Bracey. It wouldn't look great if that bat had stuck, which you do see happen, had stuck in that pitch next door in some of the dust. I can remember in the Women's World Cup semi-final, the last 50 over World Cup, Harmanpreet Kaur in a crucial situation where she might have gone on to win the game for India, running a bat in the bat, completely stuck in the ground. She dropped it and India went on to lose the game. So these things do happen if you're not careful. But Bracey home, Hammond 77, end of the over. There's 39 remaining,
And it's going to be Kieran Carlson's 4th over from the River Taff end, coming in around, and it's played into the offside to where Sam Northeast is fielding. There's no run Hammond unbeaten on 77. Carlson, and ball is just played dead bat towards Carlson.
Oh, that's just horrible.
What, the shot or the Carlson has been played into the offside that time, where there's a man sweeping on the offside, and there's a single taken. 35 now the lead for Gloucestershire.
Just ridiculous. I mean, the number of people that has an impact on. No, never mind. I shouldn't get started.
There'll be more tomorrow. Luckily, the cricket isn't on, so we won't have to endure the heavy metal. Helmet comes on for Norton, the sub-fielder.
Spending all day under the helmet.
Silly it off. Short leg is there also, and he's called into action, Norton, but the ball dribbles onto the floor in front of him. Slip in place, but nothing much is happening now. Out in the middle, Carlson. That's cut behind point, and there'll be a couple here. They come back for an easy second run. And realistically, Glamorgan need, you would think, another couple of wickets to ensure something dramatic happens in the final session. Carlson, and that's played, is fielded at silly mid-off by Norton, the substitute. That is the end of Kieran Carlson's over, as we engineer tea on the fourth day. 185 for 4, the lead 37, so they're not out of trouble, but they are getting there, Gloucestershire.
So hard to imagine, given how beautiful a day it seems to be both here and at Edgbaston, that they've actually had rain stop play, or even bad light stopping play at Sussex, where of course they don't use the floodlights for county championship cricket. Took that decision, which talked about a few times before. I've got to say I've got absolutely no problem with the number of overs that it actually saves. James Harris runs in round the wicket, bowls full delivery, and again I think some pace taken off that one. Harris thinking he might just have Hammond out in front of himself there, either chip a catch up or go right through him. Played straight back to the bowler. Hammond keeping himself amused out there. Gentle swing of the bat from side to side. Gets into line. Not a great deal perturbs Miles Hammond. As Harris bowls a short ball, he plays a very strange shot to that one. He's tried the uppercut, and we saw Colin Ingram actually get out to the uppercut, although there's nobody down there. But you still think you bring the top edge to the keeper into play, trying to play that shot.
Yeah, he got into a tangle there, did Hammond.
And that's really what Harris is bowling for. It just takes one error of judgment. Hammond holding up play, not because of the raucous noise, but because Carlson's repositioning himself to leg gully. Harris bowls, Hammond pushes it through the vacant cover and will get up the other end. 79 to him, 186 for 4. It's been slow progress from Hammond through the 70s, but it doesn't matter really too much how slow that progress is. It's about ticking these overs down. Still not fully comfortable, Gloucestershire, but once they get to tea, if they can get to tea still 4 down, then I think they will.
Very, very unlikely then.
Start to relax a bit more than perhaps they already are. Bracey, usually a calming presence as well. Over the wicket goes Harris and bowls to Bracey. He gets a full delivery, digs it out towards mid-off. Van der Hoogten does the fielding. Another one of those with the slightly faded cap, which I must say I always quite like.
Well worn.
Tell who the senior players are, yeah. I was admiring Wayne Madsen's faded cap in the last game. Get to a point where you deserve to wear one of those. Harris bowls a short ball and Bracey ducks underneath it, stares back at the bowler as if to say, yeah, keep trying that. The trap's very much set.
Just one from the over, but again, nothing to aid the bowlers whatsoever.
Well, we had 78 runs in the session. So really just the occasional boundary. Harris, Harris, that's his name, not Harris. Being strangled whilst on air. There's no run. This is played into the onside by Bracey with a roll of the wrists. And 70 overs gone in this Gloucestershire innings at 186 for 4. May not be the prettiest again, but at least at this point, a bit like yesterday really, Gloucestershire sort of doing what they had to do. They bought themselves a second bowling point by containing Glamorgan, and whilst they have had a bit of a wobble today, especially at 93 for 3, I suppose losing wickets at fairly steady intervals, one every roughly hour, with the exception of the Bancroft-Phillips double strike.
Yeah. Carson continues, and that's squeezed past short leg for a single. Yeah, they've been rare occurrences since then.
Yeah, it hasn't been spectacular, but it's been solid enough to this point.
Carlson is in, and it's played down to mid-on by Bracey, who's on 10, taking a while to get to 10, 47 balls.
Yeah, in theory though, well, in practice I should say, actually, opposite of what I meant, was never likely to be particularly spectacular today.
Carlson, and again, there's one past short leg for another single.
Would have taken really the top 3 batting until maybe 4 o'clock before Gloucestershire decided they might want to either put on a bit of a show or just build that lead up then and ensure that handshakes came earlier, but not really at that point.
Carlson in, and again, this time to the offside, where it's fielded by the captain, Sam Northeast. Carlson, fuller that time, and Hammond is happy just to play defensively, playing for time now, getting through to tee. Carlson, the last thing they want is a needless wicket, which doesn't look forthcoming at the moment. That's played to the offside for a single. End of the over, and it's all very mundane stuff out there as we head for a draw.
No, we can't hear the announcement, so
No.
that'll just lead to everybody pouring onto the field at tea time in disorganised fashion,
Yes.
which we can't have. And people will not know where to avail themselves of refills of their refreshments. Oh, here we go. Has it reached that point already? I thought we wouldn't get there until after tea.
Well, the only one that we haven't had is Mr. Ingram.
Right. Ace of Tribe bowls off spin?
Yep.
I'm going to say. Yes, good guess. I suppose it was a 1 and 2 choice, really. So,
Well, we may as well.
well, you never know. There is a slip, there is a short leg. An energetic warm-up from the new bowler. How many have we had in this innings now? Actually, probably not an enormous number. Is he the 7th bowler? Here he comes to Hammond, and this is played into the onside respectfully for no run. Yep, 7th bowler. Van der Hugten, Harris, Callaway, Gorvin, Al Hassan, and Carlson. Gorvin's only had 6 overs. 6 overs for 6 runs. And what have we got now? Somebody moving down below. And there's a gentleman who's, well, no, actually, he's just come to stare at what everybody else is staring at. I'm not sure what's gone. There are 5 actually spectators sitting just above the awning there. I can't imagine that's what's bothering Hammond. They've been there all day,
causing all sorts of problems.
Forward defence, you saw that one. Well, there are distractions enough out there already without people moving about down there. Tribe shuffles in, drops one short. Hammond would love to have had a go at parking that one into the balconies to our left, but ends up deciding to play with the turn on the back foot. Drives a single, adds another run. He is on to 82. Even I can work out his strike rate from 164 deliveries. And Bracey, new bowler, so it's time to do the shadow batting towards square leg before getting ready. Try bowls, nice delivery, but met well by Bracey in defence. I assume he's probably done a decent amount of bowling internationally, does he?
I would have thought so.
Record. Actually, he doesn't have an international wicket. He's got 4 List A wickets as he's gone right through Bracey there, who went forward to try and defend. It didn't take the edge, I don't think. It's just gone right through everything.
That ball seemed to spit out of the rough.
We'll see if we can get a replay of that one, but it was off the glove of Cook and a bye, but beat Bracey completely. 191 for 4 with that single. Lead is on to 43. Tribe in and bowls, and a fuller delivery is pushed out with enough force to get it between extra cover and point, and Hammond will keep the strike at the end of that over. 192 for 4, but certainly Tribe showing that it was worth giving him a go from that over. He might just get one more. Going to be close because it's just gone to 338.
No wickets for Glamorgan.
No wickets for Glamorgan.
Right. So those List A wickets must have come for Jersey.
Yeah.
I suppose their 50 over games will have been List A games in many cases.
Still going with Carlson, trying to bring some inspiration here, and they take a quick single out to a wide-ish mid-off. That is a shy of the stumps, but they're well home. From the shy was from James Harris. 193 for 4. Tough slog out there for the fielding side, for everybody involved.
Yes, although not much slogging.
No, Carlson full and is left outside off stump by Bracey. Top scorer for Gloucestershire in the first innings. Carlson in, bowls, and again, happily to defend is Bracey. It's a bit of a stalemate, descends on Sophia Gardens.
I don't think anybody's too desperate to have another over before tea.
Carlson, and that's wide of off stump, and is left by Bracey. He's not going to be tempted with that at all. 7 bowlers used as Ed was alluding to, a few part-time bowlers used. Given that Glamorgan are one bowler short with the injured Mason Crane absent, which might have a bearing on the T20 game on Friday. Again, defending outside off stump is Bracey for no run. The lead is 45. In effect, it's 45 for 4. But time is of the essence now, with T looming. This partnership worth 44. Not the most destructive partnership you'll ever see, but that wasn't the point of it at all. Still men obviously crowding the bat, hoping for something. Bat and pad. It's played, and there will be a single as it's played to the onside. That is the end of Kieran Carlson's over. And that is that. A very undramatic end to the undramatic second session of the last day. So it is meandering to a natural draw because Gloucestershire have no endeavour to push things on. Obviously, the lead is 46. We had the 4th wicket in that session. Graham Van Buren was LBW, Callaway 22. But since then, Bracey and Hammond have consolidated. Hammond has looked good, looked solid for his 84. And it's as we thought, as a draw is the favourite, unless something very, very dramatic happens, which doesn't seem likely.
No, I think, well, they won't be sitting completely easily yet, but, you know, realistically, they've probably got to bat for another hour, and if they don't lose another even couple of wickets in that hour, then they should be fairly
We're
safe.
just going to take betting at when that handshake is going to come. 10 to 5.
So I said earlier that it would be more like 5:30, but I'm starting to think that it won't be that now. But I did make my call.
Yeah, I think you're right. If there are no wickets after tea, if these two are still there, another hour, and that'll be that. So, but please do rejoin us, given what we've said after tea, because you never know in this game. But at the present time, Gloucestershire are 194 for 4. The lead is 46. We'll be back in about a quarter of an hour's time.
220 runs. Taunton, Somerset in their second innings are 197 for 4, leading Notts by 67 runs. At home, Warwickshire are 215 for 3 in their second innings. They're leading Sussex by 97 runs. At York, it's not tea because Essex are 9 wickets down. Essex 130 for 9, leading Yorkshire by just 39 runs. And at the Oval, play has got underway there with Durham moving on to 184 without loss, still trailing Surrey by 274 runs. A result in the game at Chesterfield, where Lancashire have beaten Derbyshire by 261 runs, and in the other Division 2 encounter at the Spitfires St Lawrence in Canterbury, Kent in their second innings are 76 for 2, still trailing Northamptonshire by 80 runs. Reminder, if you're seeking a score sheet for this game, they are available free of charge from reception. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop is open until 5 p.m. It's situated opposite Gate 2, selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. Refreshments are fully available in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, Glamorgan members and season ticket holders get a 10% discount on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Casdet powered stand, and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. The Museum of Welsh Cricket will be open until the end of this interval, so your final chance to go and look at the new displays there, thanks to the generous grant assistance from the Welsh Government, or to watch the memory match and to see Magic Pounds score the fastest televised 50 of the 1975 season. Alternatively, you could purchase some of the second-hand cricket books or the old Glamorgan yearbooks, or one of the new research monographs which the museum has on sale, or to raise funds for the running of the museum. And finally, a reminder that on the 10th of July, in the Museum of Welsh Cricket, Terry Davis will be the next speaker in the Walkers and Talkers initiative. Terry, the former Glamorgan wicketkeeper from the late 1970s and 1980s, who is now a successful business and cricket administrator in Australia and New Zealand.
Oh, back to work tomorrow. Oh. Back in peace tomorrow. He's not back on Friday. Campaigning tomorrow because I don't know he's in a Wimbledon Denmark. I'm back tomorrow. Probably I've got back 2 hours then. He's going back tonight. I'm going back in the morning. Well, what other pint of 10 hours? I asked Bob what the price recommended pub was, and now I went with I got the bus to checked in. No. Oh yeah. I know. Next to the pint. Oh, I said no chance. I walked out. I got a couple of times. Do you get lost then?
Rachel was just asking me if I want to swap to tomorrow.
He's waiting before.
No. Thanks. Williams. So, just asking me if I can do it.
Yeah.
starts at half 12, doesn't it?
Yeah. So after 11.
So one of them can be one of them can be checked and
I'll do, half 12, quarter to 1. I'll do that. Yeah, I'm good, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Yes, I needed a question from you for last night. I was staying out at Canal.
To resume the Gloucestershire second innings, I see James Bracey and Miles Hammond.
You went, I've never been.
No, I refuse to pay it.
And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Ace of Trump.
Welcome back for the final session then of this County Championship Division 2 game between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, where Gloucestershire are almost home to a draw at 194 for 4. The visitors lead by 46 runs and there are 34 overs left in the match. Callaway has 3 of the wickets to fall. Hammond has 84 not out. Tribe is bowling the first over after tea. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales in a moment as Tribe bowls to Bracey, who's on 12 not out, and he pushes it back to the bowler. Tribe looking for a first wicket in Glamorgan first team colours. He's got a few here and there for the seconds as Tribe bowls and Bracey is forward to defend, and there is no run. Bright sunshine for this evening session. Minimal crowd left, and for once the sound checkers are silent. As on the back foot goes Bracey and defends all very sedate at the moment. Gloucestershire are 194 for 4 in their second innings. That's a lead of 46 over Glamorgan, but it would take a miracle now for Glamorgan to force victory. Gloucestershire losing 4 wickets today, 3 of them to Ben Callaway, 1 to James Harris, but Miles Hammond is 84 not out, and Gloucestershire look within about 3/4 of an hour of securing a draw. Derbyshire's loss means that Glamorgan should move within 2 of second place in the Championship Division 2. Gloucester 194 for 4. As Tribe to finish the first over after tea and knocked away on the leg side, and it's a maiden for Asa Tribe. 194 for 4.
Yeah, 2 decent overs from Asa Tribe, who hasn't taken a wicket for Glamorgan.
No, I think he is an occasional bowler, but certainly not a joke bowler.
No, he's probably, well, certainly would be used on par, if not more than Kieran Carlson, if he develops, you would think.
He's taken a few wickets for the seconds. Carlson hasn't had much chance to bowl this season, though, because of Crane, Callaway and Bashir. So that's the trouble, isn't it? Use it or lose it in terms of bowling abilities.
And talking of spin, Callaway will be brought straight into the action. 3 wickets for Ben Callaway, following that mammoth knock. 139. 254 partnership with Colin Ingram, which gave Glamorgan a lead, a commandable lead. However, it's not going to be enough. It doesn't look like it, as Callaway starts his spell from the river end. Was that an edge? Carlson is at slip. Let's have a look. Was it an edge or turn? Callaway? Yes, it was. That's a dropped catch. It would have been. It was a tough chance. He got his left paw to it, but put it down. Callaway in, and you can see the frustration etched on Kieran Carlson's face as he looks to the skies. It was a tough chance, but he got his left hand to it. In and out. That's left on length, outside, off stump by Hammond, who's on 84. It hasn't been all fireworks. It wouldn't have been from Hammond. However, it's been a workmanlike knock from the left hand. It's been caught that time. No mistake by Kieran Carlson. Well, he's put one down earlier in the over. Not that time, and it is the end of Miles Hammond. So he still hasn't got to that elusive century this season. A faint edge, just drifting one outside, bit of turn possibly as well, and Kieran Carlson this time makes no mistake.
Yeah, that was a much easier chance, and he'll be relieved about that. A little bit of turn, Hammond not quite the pitch of it, and Carlson this time presented with a reasonably comfortable chest-high chance. So, just as we keep writing off Glamorgan's hopes and saying that Gloucestershire are favourite, a wicket falls. It hasn't been very frequently since the 2 just after 11:30, but just every so often, though that pair were together for 21 overs, so they've done their bit towards getting Gloucestershire to safety, but Hammond, with a rather dejected trudge up the pavilion steps, will regret not getting his side to safety, as well as not getting a nice little asterisk and a further boost to his averages. But 84 has been a good effort from him, and there's still not huge amounts of pressure on Ben Charlesworth, although Glamorgan's infielders will no doubt look to convince him of the opposite. And we, second time lucky, says someone. Yes, Carlson taking the chance, a ball or two after putting one down. 194 for 5. Lead 46. Glamorgan needs still to go bang, 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 bang.
However, it might prolong the game. Because had the two stayed in, that might have been that, and the handshake would have come. So,
intro music for Ben Charlesworth. In case you are just joining us for the first time, it's sound checks for an Alanis Morissette open air concert.
it's not the usual
It's about a mile away.
music that reverberates round a championship match. 5 close catches in at close quarters for Charlesworth, who's come in, another left-hand batter. 194 for 5, so in effect it is 46 for 5. Callaway, who has 4 wickets. I wonder who's going to be on interviewing duty once more.
I think it's just it'll just be the coach for Glamorgan at the end of the game, since we've had today's main protagonist, Ben Callaway, and we can't wear out his tonsils. I'm sure he will do many interviews during the course of the season, Ben Callaway, and well, who knows whether he has done enough to attract the higher attention for possible England Lions somewhere along the way. Tribe begins a new over, and Bracey is forward defending. There's no run. Bracey, of course, Gloucestershire's first innings hero with 133, dragging them up to 380 all out. As Tribe bowls, and Bracey defends back to the bowler, and there is no run. Asa Tribe, who we're informed will continue to play for Glamorgan and T20 Blast despite jersey commitments next week, as this one's turned round the corner by Bracey for a single, 195 for 5, which may actually limit his jersey appearances to 1 or 2 in the tournament in the Netherlands, because there are 2 very direct clashes and one that looks to pose a lot of transport issues for him to get from one to the other. 195 for 5 as Charlesworth will take guard against Tribe. Bit of a breeze fluttering the players' trousers out. Pleasant enough watching conditions though for this very sparse crowd as Tribe floats it up, but Charlesworth is having nothing of it, and although it was a low full toss in effect, just played it gently and defensively. Tribe in again, forward, presses Charlesworth, squirts it off an outside edge, down towards backward point. Ul Hassan ensures that there is no single. As Tribe bowls, Charlesworth defends to Ul Hassan again, so just a single off the over, but that means there are 31 remaining, and of course Glamorgan would lose 2 for the changeover, and so you think they'd still need to take 5 wickets for 50 really, and be chasing no more than 100 if they are to have any outside chance of winning this game.
Yes, and Callaway, who's targeting a fifer here. What a game for the youngster from Chepstow. Well, if you thought the shop was shut before, it's surely we're not going to see anything extravagant now. Played by Bracey to the offside where Ace Tribe is feeling at backward point. Sun shining at Sophia Gardens. In comes Callaway. That's played back to the bowler. Dead bat. Nothing more on offer.
Drums are working.
Callaway puts a bit of weight and it's out once more. That's a fifth. Brilliant bowling from Ben Callaway. Just tempted Bracey. It was caught by Ingram. That second slip. And there is some drama here on the final day at Sophia Gardens. That's 5 wickets in a brilliant performance by Ben Callaway. And slight panic possibly in the Gloucestershire ranks.
Yeah, just got forward there, Bracey, but didn't get quite to the pitch of the ball and almost steered it low down to Ingram at second slip, pretty close in. Ingram grabbing it between his shins, tossing it high in delight as Callaway leapt high in delight. Well, that might open the door for Glamorgan at 195 for 6, with 30 overs remaining after this one.
Well, ye of little faith. Still an awful lot of work to do. However, we've had a mini collapse after tea. And Callaway providing the damage. Just once more putting a bit of width on it, and the temptation too much for both batters, Hammond and Bracey, falling to a similar pattern. And now it requires Gloucestershire to show character and resilience here as the new man Zaman Akhtar comes in to join Charlesworth. Both haven't scored, so there's pressure building here on the visiting side. Callaway 5 for 79, marvellous figures.
Yes, you feel now we will go beyond the 450 point where we thought we might see handshakes between the two sides. As Zaman Akhtar is the new batter, made 58 in the first innings in really positive fashion off just 67 balls, but very different circumstances.
This is a different scenario facing Zaman Akhtar. And now look at the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 close catches. Here comes Ben Callaway, and that was streakish into the, I think Akhtar was trying to play to the offside, squirted and ended up going through the mid-wicket area, and he's off the mark. 196 for 6, but it's pressure building. Callaway in to Charlesworth. In effect, it's 48 for 6. And quite rightly gets the applause of the Glamorgan faithful. Again, he's had it's been some performance by Ben Callaway.
Well, he just continues to contribute, doesn't he, with bat and ball.
Yeah.
At a very high level, and certainly bringing great balance to this Glamorgan side to have someone who can be a frontline batter and a frontline bowler.
It does make you think if Crane was out there as well. I know that's a moot point now.
Tribe then to start a new over. He'll be bowling over the wicket, floats it up, and Akhtar drives to cover where James Harris does the fielding.
Sure, there'll be a few tempters for Akhtar.
Yeah, Tribe looking for his first Glamorgan first team wicket, as he bowls, turned away on the leg side. They think about a single, but Callaway moves quickly to his right and does the fielding. As Glamorgan bring a player over from offside to leg to go to short backward square. Tribe floats it up. This one is, I was about to say, driven through the offside for 4, but Northeast intercepted that one at wide mid-off, and it's a dot ball to keep some pressure on. Tribe certainly is giving it plenty of air. Tall young man around the 6'2" mark. As he bowls again, back on his stumps goes Actor and defends to short leg. He's certainly been fairly accurate in these opening few overs, Ace of Tribe. Giving nothing away. But can he add to the wickets column? Actor on the back foot, blocks to cover, no run.
Money is still on the draw. However, another wicket, because time obviously against Glamorgan.
As Tribe in. Bowls, well, that one is short, and it's dispatched through the offside. 4 runs for Zaman Actor. Down towards backward point. He moves to 5, and that's the Gloucestershire 200 up. They're 200 for 6 in their second innings, and they lead Glamorgan by 52 runs with 29 overs remaining in the match. That's probably the first bad ball that Tribe's bowled.
So, no surprise that Callaway is continuing with his figures. 5 round the bat now, Callaway, and that's left outside off stump by Charlesworth, who is yet to get off the mark. 28.5 overs left, so still Glamorgan needing quick wickets. Again, for the second time in the over, left outside by Charlesworth, outside his off stump. Lead is 52. And of course, as Nick was saying, the 2 overs are lost in the changeover. It's played defensively back to Callaway. 3 dot balls, 5 for 80, the impressive figures for the bowler. Callaway in, and that's left, and it's missed Cook, and it's gone through the slip cordon as well, all the way for 4. So those will be byes.
Well, that one's turned significantly, actually, and
we've seen far more turn up bizarrely since tea
just
from that end.
Dribbled over the boundary, but Gloucestershire won't care as long as they've got another 4 runs on the board. The lead's 56.
Callaway targeting the rough outside off stump. That's played, and that's another boundary on the offside through the covers for 4.
Yeah, all the runs help. It's not just about dot balls for Gloucestershire. The more they can push their lead, the less pressure, and the more likely Glamorgan are to end their chase of victory at some point, but it's still on at the moment.
Last ball of the over, and that's again played, but there's a man sweeping this time on the offside boundary, so just a single. So 2 boundaries in that Ben Callaway over, 1 unlucky to be against his name. 209 for 6.
So Callaway had a 5-wicket haul in the draw against Derbyshire here.
Yeah. Where that went down to the wire as well.
And that was his best bowling performance. His previous 5 was at Hove. Cost him 142 runs on that occasion. So it's his 3rd 5 in first class cricket. Tribe, can he come to the party from this Cathedral Road end? And forward goes Charlesworth. and there's no run. Gloucestershire staff on the move again in their black and yellow training kit. Try bowls, forced away into the offside. It'll be stopped by Ul Hassan. Charlesworth picks up a comfortable single. 210 for 6, 62 ahead. 27 overs left after this one.
Tim van der Hoogten limbering up at mid-on. Interesting to see who Northeast turns to next.
Try bowls, and forward comes Actor, driving up to mid-on, no run. I should imagine Tribe will come off at the end of this over, and it'll be Van der Hoogten and Callaway. As Glamorgan bring in backward point to leg slip as Colin Ingram puts the helmet on. As Tribe is into bowl, turned away past short leg by Actor, and they'll amble through for a single. 211 for 6, 63 ahead. Tribe in bowls, shorter, flatter, punched on the leg side for a single by Charlesworth. 212 for 6. Yeah, and Tribe's been tidy, but he hasn't posed the danger that Callaway has, as he bowls the last ball of his 5th over. And forward comes Actor to block it in textbook style back to the bowler. 212 for 6, 27 overs max remain in the match.
Yes. So possibly that's Tribe's last over of his spell. Will it be Van der Hoogten, who usually bowls from the River Taff end? But it will certainly be Ben Callaway to...
New ball. We didn't spot that one on the horizon. It is new ball. So Callaway to bowl with the new ball, and Van der Hoogten presumably from this end. There we are. Well, 20 overs of Kookaburra, relatively fresh ball to bowl with.
Only the one close catch here, short leg. Now there is a slip in the shape of Kieran Carlson. This is Callaway, 5 wickets so far in, and that is left outside off stump. The lead is 64. But a few question marks for Gloucestershire. Still need to negotiate this period. Callaway in. That's cut, but there's a man on the offside boundary. Looked as if they were going to get home easily with Hammond there, but he's fallen, as well as James Bracey, to the bowling of Ben Callaway. Shifting the field is Sam Northeast. Leg slip and a slip in now for Callaway, who is coming in and bowls, and that was just past short leg to mid wicket, and there's no run. Just over 26 overs remaining of the day. Callaway coming in, and that's dead batted back to the bowler himself. Another dot ball, 2 to go in this over. Still need a couple of quick wickets here. That's played on the onside. There's an easy single taken through square leg, which brings the left and bat of Charlesworth to the crease, who's on 8. Ingram at second slip with a helmet on, and that's played defensively. That is the end of Ben Callaway's over. Just the 2 runs coming off it. Now we will see. It should be Van der Hoogten from the Cathedral Road end. I think, yes, he has taken his cap off. So it will be the pace of the Australian Dutchman.
As the words reasonable comfort disappear from my closer play match report.
Yes, another rewrite.
It's an ever-evolving work of art. Are there any more rewrites to come? It stands at a draw in my report as things stand, but I have been known to have to delete large chunks from a match report, available on the BBC Sport website, Counties section. Van der Hoogten then from the Cathedral Road end to Actor at 2:14 for 6, and he drives and misses. Drawn forward, and the ball whistling past the outside edge and into the gloves of Chris Cook, who gives Zaman Akhtar a hard stare, as if to insinuate, "You Jemmy Dodger," or words to that effect. 2:14 for 6. As Van der Hoogten on his way in again, bowls, and Akhtar knocks it down towards gully. They'll scramble through for a single. 215 for 6.
Yeah, that's the ball, the first ball, just trying to draw a false shot. Almost getting his reward was Van der Hoogten.
So 2 slips, 4-5 saving the single, men out at deep cover point, and fine leg, reasonably conventional as Charlesworth leaves. Throw it goes to Cook, but Van der Hoogten straight away getting a little bit of bounce out of this 4th day surface with the hard new ball, as Glamorgan continue their victory bid. Gloucester have never looked panic-stricken at any point today, but Glamorgan have just kept chipping away, even if it's only a wicket an hour or so. Van der Hoogten bowls, Charlesworth is forward, and there is no run. If you'd like to send over any thoughts on this game to Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk and make it reasonably sharpish. Obviously we can't wait until the results, because we'll be working elsewhere after the game is over. Here's Van der Hoogten into bowl, turned away off his legs by Charlesworth. Single down to fine leg, 216 for 6. The lead is 68 runs. Glamorgan took, say, 4 for 30 in the next 10 overs. Chasing 100 off 13 would be demanding. As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, driven back to him by Akhtar, fielded in the follow through. Mark queries on email whether Glamorgan will get more than the allotted overs in. Nah, wouldn't have thought so, even with that positive over rate on the board.
+8.
+8. Yep. They'll get to 16 overs remaining. It'll still be gone 5 o'clock by the time the theoretical last hour begins. I mean, obviously they can bowl spin from both ends in that last hour, but if they're still bowling, then Gloucestershire have probably saved the game. Callaway continuing with the new ball.
Yeah, 4 close catches. Here he comes, Ben Callaway. That's played defensively. Yeah, it's just looking at when they need still a few quick wickets, Glamorgan, to put some doubt in the Gloucestershire minds. Callaway in. Those 2 quick wickets have helped. They need a few more.
Mark says, I did mention the Gloucestershire penchant for collapse early on. Ed's nerves suffer with us.
There'll be nerves if there's another wicket, but not that time, as it's played down the wicket by Charlesworth.
Yeah, I mean, an actor guy with a half century in the first innings, so he was pretty much see ball, hit ball at a time when others were messing around.
In comes Ben Callaway, and that's left, although that was mightily close, judging by the reaction of the close fielders and Chris Cook. Too close for comfort, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it turned away from the off stump, but close. Only just, really.
It was close, held its line.
If it had straightened slightly more.
Callaway played back down the track by Charlesworth.
If it had spun slightly less,
Charlesworth will say that it was a brilliant leave.
Well, it is, because he's still there.
To perfection. Last ball of the over by Ben Callaway, and that is left, but that hasn't turned in at all. So it is a maiden, and I will leave my position for the time being.
Yeah, I don't think this game is going to end at 10-2 these days, so I'll as things stand, so I'll stay on, and Ed Seaborn will come in alongside me. On Blue Sky, Kevin McMillan says, do the rules of cricket allow players to wear noise-cancelling headphones? Maybe Glamorgan and Gloucestershire players need some. Yes, well, we've got headphones, but obviously we can't cancel all external noise.
It's rather the opposite, isn't it?
We have to be able to hear what's going on. Here's Van der Hoogten from the Cathedral Road end in the evening sunshine, and a leave by actor through to Cook. And certainly the few remaining home spectators will have had something to enjoy with the team pressing for victory into the last session of the game. Miles Hammond may have done just enough to save the Shire and get them 12 points to take back over the bridge as this mini block of championship matches ends. Van der Hoogten bowls, and actor looked a bit insecure there, chopping that one onto his pads, and it rolled backwards towards the slips.
Yeah, I mean, he of course, you saw the ability that actor has with the bat in the first innings. His average continues to climb ever since he's joined Gloucestershire, really. Got into the mid-20s now. But he's going to have to play a very different innings. We'll see whether he can rein himself in.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and actor plays that one nicely out into the offside. Just the single, because there is a sweeper out on the cover boundary in front of the pavilion. And everyone changes over between right and left hand, which also halts the Glamorgan momentum somewhat.
Yeah, and North East is having to think a little bit about saving some runs. You can't just have everybody in on the attack now with the deep cover back. It presents opportunities to score off good balls that weren't there before.
So we try and get various wires sorted out.
Getting our wires crossed in the box.
Quite literally,
As usual.
Van der Hoogten to Charlesworth. No one in any particular hurry as he runs away from us and bowls. Charlesworth pushes into the offside. It's fielded by Tom Norton, the sub-fielder, who's been on all day and has the joys of fielding at cover in pads at the moment. The large fielding pads that are used at short leg or silly point. As Van der Hoogten right arm over the wicket. In bowls, driven nicely. 4 runs for Ben Charlesworth, driven straight of mid-off, back past the bowler. 221 for 6. Just overpitched a little bit by Van der Hoogten and dispatched elegantly back whence it came by Charlesworth, who goes into double figures on 13, and the lead is now 73.
I think most Gloucestershire supporters know by now how much I do enjoy the Ben Charlesworth straight drive.
As that is defended by Charlesworth. Number 64 to number 64. What are the odds on that?
Yeah.
221 for 6, end of the over.
You mentioned earlier no Douthwaite in this game. We've been denied the 88 to 88, which we've had in the past. Yes, I haven't done that for this game, but in a slightly dull moment in the last fixture against Derbyshire, we were adding up the numbers of the two sides to see who would win. And I think Gloucestershire have larger numbers than most sides, so they do quite well around the.
Thought you were going to see
the country.
How many players had matching numbers between the two sides, because we've also got number 3s on both sides in Crane and Murphy for this game.
Is there something about spinners choosing 3? Is there a particular reason why? I can't think of one. Callaway, well, he might be choosing 8 or something after this innings if he can continue to take wickets. 5 for 87 into Zaman Akhtar over the wicket. Akhtar works it to leg, and there's no run to short mid-wicket. Again, it's been shots that have got Gloucestershire out. Callaway's pursued a wider line since tee, has floated it up there, has got more turn out of the footmarks, and 2 Gloucestershire batters have chased. He bowls now, and that goes right through everything. It turns out of the other set of footmarks and will just, I think, be tipped back in. Oh no, not quite. The shin pads did not help. And has that been signalled runs? I'd looked over. The umpire was so quick to signal the boundary. Yes, it was signalled runs. So that was an inside edge that's gone for 4. I thought it had just gone through everything.
Yeah, so maybe off the thigh pad or something.
It was Norton chasing it back, just couldn't tip it back in. So 4 more valuable runs to Gloucestershire as Akhtar turns that one calmly into the onside. But there's the perils that exist out of the footmarks for the right-hander now. The possibility to turn it back through the gate if Akhtar's eyes are to light up for a drive. The lead is 77. Callaway in and bowls, drops it a little bit shorter, and that allows Akhtar to play it relatively comfortably on the bounce to short leg. So 22 overs remaining, 17 minutes until 5 o'clock. So as Nick and Kenneth mentioned, the last hour won't be taken early, so no chance of extra overs. They sealed that really once they decided to take the second new ball, which I think was the right decision. Callaway bowls, it's patted away by Akhtar as he's bowling round the wicket.
Result in Division 1, Yorkshire have completed victory by 10 wickets over Essex at York.
Yorkshire trying to extricate themselves from the bottom 2. Callaway bowls, and that's been edged and is caught at first slip. Callaway's got a 6th, and Glamorgan have a 7th. Actor pressing forward and getting a thin edge on that one. I'm not sure if there was a little bit of glove of Cook involved there, or whether it's just looped to first slip, but Carlson has taken the catch, and yet again, as Gloucestershire seem to be getting a little more comfortable, they have lost another wicket. Round the wicket, Callaway angling it across, turning it back, and well, it must have been out LBW, yeah, because I was going to say, because it either inside edge on to pad and caught slip, but I think, to be honest, looking at the replay, whichever way it was out, and Actor has to go for 13. What a remarkable effort this is from Ben Callaway. He might have to take 9, but he might just take 9. It's the end of another over. There would, as it stands, if Gloucestershire were to lose 3 wickets in the next over, be then 19 overs for Glamorgan to score 78 runs. That's the equation.
Yeah, I mean, it's already a bit of a chase, isn't it? It would probably be achieved, you would have thought, but it's only going to get bigger from now on. But Callaway really is plugging away so hard. 225 for 7. Lead is 75. 22 overs remain in the game.
That was a little bit of an odd one, because saw the ball squeak through and then the catch taken at slip, but
yes, it
actually
flicked off
just
the
off the
keeper's
pad.
gloves.
Yeah,
Pads, keeper's gloves and slip. Yeah.
But, as I said, I think it was definitely caught at slip if it wasn't LBW, and to be honest, it looked as if that was the perfect delivery from right arm round to get the LBW, just turning back enough to be striking Actor in line, but not turning too much to be missing leg stump.
So it is a career best from Ben Callaway, his first 6-wicket haul in senior cricket. First team Glamorgan cricket. As Van der Hoogten, can Glamorgan get a contribution from the seamers? James Harris's trapping of Cameron Bancroft LBW around about 11:35 this morning. It's the only seamers wicket so far today. As Van der Hoogten to Charlesworth on 13 not out. Short ball, balloons over the batter, and it's called a wide. The umpires seem to have been quite strict on that in this particular game.
Yeah, and I think they have been pretty consistent. It's just you do see sometimes a little bit more leniency given. And Charlesworth is a tall man as well, that they are ballooning the bouncers really mostly on this final day.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl just back of a length, and Charlesworth dabs it out to cover, where of course it's Callaway who does the fielding.
There's a single almost everywhere for Charlesworth, I think, and that's probably what we're going to see for the majority of the rest of this innings, however long it takes, because Murphy, he was out, I think, was it for naught in the first innings? It was certainly him and Singdale were out quickly. Murphy out without scoring, Singdale made 2.
Van der Hoogten into bowl, and Charlesworth forward. Ball dribbles very slowly up to mid-on, where Gorvin strolls in and picks it up. And there's no run. 78 the Gloucestershire lead.
Really love to have Murphy on strike for the next Callaway over, you'd think, with the off-spinner bowling to the off-spinner, but also left-handed batter in Todd Murphy.
So the field is creeping in a little bit now, even though it's only the 3rd ball of the over, which is blocked by Charlesworth. Again, Gorvin just has to stroll in and pick it up. 226 for 7, 78 ahead. 21 overs remain in the match. Even with a hat-trick now, that would go down to 19 overs.
And you do, despite what happened at Derby a few years back, the confusion over that lose the 2 overs plus the 1 in progress in the final hour.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Forward is Charlesworth defending. Yes, did they manage to put that right in time during the match?
They did, yes.
Yeah.
I think the frustration was the fact that on the field they were told one thing, and then the law books / playing regulations were consulted, and it was found out that actually they thought they had 4 overs to score 40 odd, and then they had 2, something like that.
Van der Hoogten bowls, Charlesworth blocks. 5th legitimate ball of the over. Can Van der Hoogten hide this one, do you think, somewhere way outside off stump, down the leg side, somewhere that Charlesworth can't realistically reach it without putting his wicket in peril?
Even fine leg coming up.
So that Glamorgan can bowl at number 9 with a full over from Callaway potentially. Here we go then, Van der Hoogten in to bowl outside off stump, and it's left. I mean, it was hittable there from Van der Hoogten to Charlesworth, but he chose not to play a shot, and obviously he has reasonable confidence in his batting partner as Todd Murphy prepares to face for the first time.
Yeah, and a wise decision from Charlesworth, because if he'd had a flash at that, Van der Hoogten is just so good at bowling it on that length that just isn't hittable. Just plugs away at that, just full enough of a length that you think you might just be able to drive it, but if you do have a go at it, you're very liable to nick it. And at this stage, with 7 wickets down, he's got to have faith in Murphy. If it gets down to Singdale and Bailey, he may have to change his tact, as in goes Callaway. Bowls back goes Murphy to his first delivery and plays it into the ground to silly point, but interesting that Murphy's deciding to try and play his fellow offie off the back foot. Callaway bowls, Murphy plays it into the ground. It's caught at silly mid-off on the bounce. Doesn't particularly help that Chris Cook obscures that bounce. I didn't think from the way that the ball behaved it could have been a catch, but he couldn't see where it bounced. Callaway into Murphy, who drives fluently through extra cover for 4. So that's a fine way to get off the mark and get off a pair. And 4 valuable runs again. 82 runs is the lead. He saw that it was straight enough. It was a little over pitched from Callaway. And okay, he wants him to be driving, but he wants him to be driving off a wider line than that, as that misses the foot marks. And a really nice bit of timing. So 230 for 7. Callaway into Murphy, leaves alone judiciously outside the off stump. I mean, it clearly from that Charlesworth leave, though, the footmarks are close enough that got to be very careful. Murphy back again, steering to point, excuse me. That's what that fielding position's called. And there's no run, so almost another Callaway over completed. Deep point drops back, allowing the single. Deep square is back. Callaway into Murphy, who's on to the back foot and is taking the single that is offered to him through deep point. And 5 runs have come from that Callaway over, so 83 runs the lead. 20 overs on the board, but it's 17 overs now that the next over will be started, which means that the required rate, even if 3 wickets were to fall in this next over, would now be over 5 runs and over. It will continue to accelerate. Again, you'd still think with 10 wickets to play with, Glamorgan would probably be favourites to get there, but they are now starting to need these 3 wickets probably in the next, I don't know what you reckon, 4 or 5 overs?
Yeah, they might have a thrash at anything with 10 overs to play with, I suppose. It's worth giving it a go for a few overs and seeing if a few fly to the boundary, presumably with 9 fielders on the ropes.
You can still take twos. You can still two your way to victory. I think we are still looking at something pretty close to 5:30 for the handshakes, somewhere around there. So there's still plenty of work to do. Murphy seemingly happy to take on the responsibility himself, though, having pinched the strike.
Van der Hoogten to Murphy, pulls, and well, that's extraordinary. The ball shoots out towards third man, and it's a dot ball. What's he doing? What's he doing?
He's obviously trying to build this lead up.
Quick declaration.
No declaration.
5:20.
No, even I wouldn't be suggesting that. But he does seem to have decided that if it's there for him, he's happy to play his shots and leave the blocking to others.
Pulling to third man on that occasion. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Murphy, who does block that one successfully. To Ul Hassan at point, no run. Well, what a couple of days this has been for young Ben Callaway, with big century, 139, followed by 6 wickets.
And he's been bowling for quite a while. I don't think it'll be much pressure when he's bowling off breaks, but he did have that warning for the full toss when he decided to bowl left arm.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Murphy is in behind it, playing solidly enough out on the offside. Van der Hoogten arrowing it in. Murphy getting everything in line. If he misses one, he'll be in danger. He was back on his stumps there. 231 for 7, lead 83. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Murphy blocks to cover. Callaway fields no run. So 3 wickets since tea, all to Callaway, 6 in all to the young spinner. Magnificent all-round performance from him. As Northeast just moving fine leg a bit finer, and backward square leg for maybe a pull or hook shot. Van der Hoogten bowls, Murphy knocks it into the leg side and takes a single off the 5th ball of the over, so he's quite happy to face everything by the look of it. 1 ball left for Charlesworth to try and retain the strike.
7 down. He might just think, actually, it's almost my responsibility to protect the top order batter in case actually there's a chance to maybe for Charlesworth, if it came down to it, go on the attack and actually try and score a few quick runs, try and save the game that way.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's left outside off stump. No shot from Charlesworth. 232 for 7, 84 the lead, 19 overs left in the game. At Canterbury, Kent are 7 down and still 48 runs behind Northants.
Making at least as heavy weather, in fact far heavier weather really, given how little time they've had to bat, than Gloucestershire of trying to save that game. And of course, unlike Gloucestershire, still behind. Yuzvendra Chahal 4 for 28 in his 21st over for Northamptonshire, and of course he was playing for Kent only a couple of years ago, so he's tormenting his former employers. Callaway tormenting Gloucestershire. He's bowling around the wicket to Murphy, edging between first and second slip, and what makes that worse for Glamorgan is it's going to go down and cross the boundary. Was that catchable? It certainly shot quickly off the outside edge of Murphy, and I think it was probably short of first slip, but a real slice of luck for Gloucestershire and for Todd Murphy as the lead moves on to 88 and Kenneth Davis is back.
Hi Ed, and despite the heroics of Callaway, time is a problem now.
Callaway bowls, full ball squeezed out into the offside, into the boot of Norton, who's still on as that substitute fielder at silly mid-off. And no run, but another ball played, another ball negotiated. Callaway in, Murphy crab-like across his crease, watches the ball go through to the gloves of Chris Cook. Certainly looking fairly idiosyncratic out there is Todd Murphy. He's got 10 to his name, and he bowls Callaway to him, and that is a thick outer part of the bat, but straight down into the ground, played softly enough by Todd Murphy that there's no chance of a catch to either the two slips or the silly mid-off or the short leg. Callaway in to Murphy, who's forward and thinking about a single through point and then saying no, get back to Charlesworth at the non-striker's end.
I mean, as you mentioned, if those wickets are taken, they can afford to have a thrash with 10 wickets. You never know, but it's going to be difficult. Change in those.
Everybody in close on the offside. I think I've never seen that before. Nobody in close on the leg side and 4 close catches on the offside. Silly mid-off, silly point, 2 slips. Last ball of the over, Callaway to Murphy. Murphy forward and playing into the ground, and that loops between 2 of those close catches on the offside and out to extra cover. There is no run, and now it's pretty much a runner ball that would be required by Glamorgan, even if 3 wickets were to fall in this next over. We're still 2 overs away from the last hour as we've gone past 5 o'clock, but the last hour will start from 16 overs. James Harris returning. There's plenty enough drama here, but just to tell you, there has been a couple of wickets in the test match where India are now 223 for 5 as Rishabh Pant caught Crawley, bowled Bashir 25, and Nitish Kumar Reddy, brought into the side, was bowled by Chris Wokes for 1. Shubman Gill 66 not out.
So North East and Harris having a little discussion. Harris took the first wicket of Cameron Bancroft way back this morning at 11:30. Trapped LBW. So he is going to be coming from the Cathedral Road end to Ben Charlesworth. 2 slips, a leg slip as well. In comes James Harris, needing wickets, and that's played and negotiated with on the onside, just a single, which brings Todd Murphy on strike. Yeah, chances are ebbing away.
So it would be exactly a runner ball now. 3 wickets in 5 balls, and then it would be 90 required from 15 overs.
Yeah.
But again, they got Murphy in their sights early on in the over.
Still on the attack with 3 slips going in for Todd Murphy. In comes Harris around, and that is left and taken by Chris Cook. What do we think then? 2 minutes past 5. Lead is 89.
They're probably not going to advance it by a huge amount, so I reckon they'll give it 5 or 6 more overs, maybe 7. I mean, why not at least continue until it's beyond any doubt?
Harris is in. Oh, and that's flirted with outside off stump, and Todd Murphy is mad at himself and mutters a few words. And yeah, faint nick. That's all that was required there. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. Only the one sweeping at long leg. In comes Harris and bowls, and it's defended by Murphy, and there's no run.
Yeah, which, in so doing, ticks off for definite another over, because there's only 2 balls left in this one.
Ben Callaway moves into leg slip. 3 conventional slips as Harris steams in from the Cathedral Road end, bangs that one in short. That's pulled through mid-wicket. There's one man at deep mid-wicket, and that is Norton, the substitute fielder. No Mason Crane, who's not appeared at all today. And we will await how serious the injury is with the T20 match at Taunton on Friday, of course, for Glamorgan. And Kent 48 hours after that here at Sapphire Gardens. James Harris, the last ball of the over, coming in and bowls fullish, and it's dealt with by Charlesworth. Dead bat, and there is no run. End of the over. So the lead is 90, and we have 17 overs, albeit there will be a reduction in the changeover if Glamorgan get those 3 wickets.
Tried the slower ball.
Yeah.
Last ball there, Charlesworth gave him a grin.
There was a little ironic clap.
Yes, I mean, you know, each of the previous 2 overs, they were happy to bowl it outside off stump, knowing Charlesworth would probably leave it, so they'd bowl at Murphy. But Harris tried not only to bluff him by bowling him a straighter ball, but then take the pace off it as well.
So the man has gone back to short leg.
Yeah, so there's now 5 close catches. We've still got the 4 on the offside, and then short leg as well. Kellaway bowls to Murphy, he thrashes at a cut shot and misses it. And that's exactly
what they're looking for.
Yeah, that's exactly what has got Gloucestershire into this position, with both Hammond and Bracey driving at wide balls from Ben Kellaway in being caught in the slips. Kellaway bowls, Murphy plays that one closer to his eye line, forces it to backward point. There's no run. Bracey following Hammond back to the pavilion. Hammond made 84, Bracey 13. Kellaway bowls, Murphy drives past cover. There's a tumbling effort from Ul Hassan, but he can't get there, and it's down to the boundary for 4 more. So Murphy has moved his total to 15. Still happy to back himself that he's going to hit that drive, and that time he did. So the lead is 94. It'll be the last hour signalled for what that's worth, which isn't much after these 3 balls, because even if Gloucestershire were to lose the wickets, it would be Gloucestershire bowling for most of that final hour. There's no way they'll be getting extra overs in. Murphy is onto the front foot there and bouncing it to silly mid-off. Everybody's made double figures in this innings now for Gloucestershire. Actor also made 13. Charlesworth 14, Murphy 15 now, as he comes forward again and nudges it between 2 of those close catches on the offside, silly mid-off and silly point. There's no run, and there's 1 ball left of this latest Kellaway over, his 36th of the innings. He bowls it short and wide, it's cut away, and they've got Murphy on strike again. They just can't bowl at Charlesworth. Murphy's farming the strike for him. He carved it away to the fielder. They drop back at cover, and that moves the lead up to 95. Murphy has 16, and so it would be 96 required from 13 overs if, again, and it is a sizable if Gloucestershire lose 3 wickets in this over.
Yeah, so it's now or never, and the handshakes should be coming out, one would think.
Yes, I'll write down the last hour time, but it's a formality. 17:08.
So it will be James Harris. And still requires something very, very dramatic to happen as soon as possible from a Glamorgan point of view. Coming around to Murphy is James Harris. 2 slips in, he pulls on the onside, backward of square, and there is a single which brings Ben Charlesworth to the crease. The lead is 96.
And for once, Charlesworth on strike for potentially more than one ball in an over. We'll see. He did get a single to the first ball that he faced in the last over from this end.
Starting his run-up is James Harris. Bowls. Oh, that's nibbled by Charlesworth outside off stump, taken by Chris Cook.
Yeah, maybe he's just feeling a little bit starved of the strike, Ben Charlesworth, but I mean, I think Murphy's done an admirable job coming out and scoring 17 off 28 in a situation where those 28 balls were really valuable, and he's protected Charlesworth as well, but also those 17 runs.
Harris in full, and that's a good shot. We'll evade mid-wicket and we'll go all the way for 4, and every run is precious now, as is time for Gloucestershire, and time running out for Glamorgan.
So the lead's hit 3 figures with that boundary. Charlesworth clearly breathing a little more easily than when he...
Another few of those, and I think there will be the chat between captains, or, well, certainly Sam Northeast will go to the umpire. Harris coming around, and that's safely negotiated with, and it's a dot ball.
Yes, so we're down to 12 now, basically, because the next over is guaranteed to start. So at best 12 overs score 101. Won't it be entertaining if we got to see it? Sure, there's plenty of neutrals with us by now, with a lot of the other games having concluded, that would be quite happy to see that. Match drawn at Southampton, match drawn at Taunton, match drawn at the Oval, match drawn at Hove.
Harris in. There's a theme somewhere as it's played up to mid-off where Tim van der Hoogten fields.
Potentially, though, still 3 wins today, in addition to the win for Middlesex yesterday. Yorkshire beating Essex by 10 wickets, Lancashire beating Derbyshire by 261 runs, but also Kent being 7 down, presumably inside their last hour. Joey Everson trying to defy Northamptonshire.
James Harris in, wide-ish that time, and it's played to Zainul Hassan at point. That is the end of James Harris's over. No reward, and it does seem now it is a matter of time before everybody calls it a day.
Yeah, Callaway will surely have at least one more. So you're down to 12. I reckon Callaway's going to have 2 more.
As soon as you're, 10 overs left.
But, you know, if they don't score too many more runs, then you still give it a go at 2 a ball. So I reckon there'll be at least 2 of Callaway and 1 from the Cathedral Road end. Chance to take 3 wickets. Whether they'd get the runs is another thing, but you have to give it a go if you can. Here's Callaway to Murphy. It's a full ball driven away. Good committed stop from Captain Northeast. That cover saves a run. Again, Callaway just a little bit full, allowing Murphy to take the turn out of the equation. Callaway in, full wide delivery. Again, it's hard to nitpick a guy who's got 6 for 105 in his 37th over. Just first 2 deliveries of this over have been a little over pitched, but what a shift he's put in. Callaway bowls, drags it a little bit short that time. Murphy tickles it leg side. They'll just be able to get one and no more as Tribe goes back from short leg. Murphy moves to 18. Gloucestershire to 249 for 7. And if they do secure the draw, Gloucestershire, it will certainly be a draw that they've not had the best of, and one of those many circumstances where you feel the 2 points that are accrued differently between these sides, not quite indicative of the cricket that we've seen, as Charlesworth digs out a full ball back up the pitch. You have to be careful that one didn't sneak underneath the toe end of the bat.
Well, they'd be thanking James Bracey for that knock on the second morning.
Callaway bowls, all past the edge of Charlesworth. It's been taken in the end by Carlson at slip, who saved 4 byes there with a really athletic bit of reaction work at first slip, one-handed to his right, turned past the edge from the straight. Haven't seen too many do that. Callaway bowls off the back foot. Charlesworth strokes it calmly through the covers as though nothing had happened off the previous ball, and will have the strike at the end of another over. 14 to go, but it's now only 11, and the lead is 103, as for what it's worth, the 250 comes up for Gloucestershire with that single.
Yeah, they'll persevere for another couple.
Yeah, that Bracey-Bailey partnership.
Well,
that's
been the difference. That was, what, you know, as I said, 80 odd more than possibly.
Yeah. And I hate to say it also, but I did say almost first thing today, if Gloucestershire are about 6 or 7 down at the end of today, you have to ask the question of whether Glamorgan could not have bought themselves another 10 or 15 overs in the game. In a couple of places, actually.
Fine margins and all that. This is James Harris. Starts his run up to Charlesworth, right arm over, pulled safely down on the ground. And deep backward square. Just a single they will take.
You know, I mean, forget the fact that there were, 91 runs scored in 33 overs in the afternoon session yesterday. There was also a last wicket partnership between Harris and Crane that added 8 runs in basically 5 overs. Add those 5 overs on even, and this is a very nervy affair.
So, a bit of a change in field. Leg side field for Todd Murphy, spinner. In comes Harris around the wicket, bowls, bangs that one in short again, outside off stump, and again whizzes past the off stump. It's a little play with it, does Murphy.
He seemed to waft it away quite easily, though. It's too wide anyway.
Yeah.
No. I mean, he was beaten by it, but dismissed it from his mind.
Wickets are required. Harris comes in, bowls. It's Fuller that time, played by Murphy towards Zainul Hassan, who fields at point. And it does feel that this might be it. 13, but it'll be 10 because of the change.
Assuming there isn't a hat trick, in which case it'd be
Indeed.
11. But yes, I think we. Well, no, I won't say it.
Harris in, bangs that one in short. There won't be a hat trick.
I was waiting for the call of wide there, but no, that one did look to be a good bouncer. So yeah, I still think they'll give it at least one more over from Callaway. You're not losing anything by giving it some sort of a go.
Yeah, it's just a case when they think that run chase is going to all in vain. Harris, full and played onto the onside by Murphy. 1 ball left of James Harris's over.
He's not got one quite to grip like we've seen a couple of Harris's slower balls do. If that one had gripped, it might have been the perfect one to bowl if it pitches leg stump and then goes on to hit middle and off. We've seen him do a couple of those slower balls that have turned that amount.
In he comes, last ball of the over. That's full once more, and it's negotiated with by Murphy. Only the one off the over. We await any development.
Yeah,
Callaway will receive the ball once more.
I'd even get one more of Callaway after this, and then that probably has to be that. But
Well, what is it? 10 left now.
10 now, I reckon, because they're not going to score too many more runs. A chase of 110 in 8 overs, you'd still give it a thrash. So why not? I think probably one more over off, and then that would be that. A brave move for Charlesworth to dance down the pitch here. Here's Callaway bowling. He's not going to do that. Well, I don't think he's going to do that anyway. He said he didn't do that delivery forward and rolling the ball into the onside. He has played a responsible innings here, has Charlesworth. When the ball's been floated outside the off stump so far, he has not succumbed to the temptation. That's shorter and outside the off stump, so he is able to read that off the pitch more easily. Couldn't quite find the gap through the covers for a single though. Northeast across as the sun beats down in Cardiff. We've had marvellous conditions for this match as this is cut by Charlesworth, thinking about 2, and they're going to take on the arm and make it successfully as the throw comes all the way through and hits Ben Charlesworth. There was a fielder there to back up, but Chris Cook had gone charging off towards point. 2 more runs, 253 for 7, and again we've reached that point in this over where there's only 3 balls left and Gloucestershire still with 3 wickets in hand. 22 to Charlesworth, the lead 105. Taking his time, resetting. Callaway bowling to him. He's forward defending, looking again for that gap between backward point and cover, and not quite able to find it, but that's now guaranteed. Another over seen off as Charlesworth goes back onto his stumps, plays it late, doesn't bounce a massive amount because it was quite full, but still gets the bat on it. There's no run, nobody's left, not that there's a huge number of people who made it in. Oh, it's a no ball from Callaway. It's driven straight into the silly mid-off fielder. I wonder if he's gone so wide on the crease there that was a return crease no ball rather than a front foot one. But it's another couple of runs. Here's another delivery as Callaway's in, and again Charlesworth leaves in exaggerated fashion. I don't think as if to prove a point, but it's that sort of delivery which got Gloucestershire's nerves rattling a bit.
That's it.
Is that it? That is it.
Handshakes all around. They've decided that is enough. So the players come together. The game has come to an end in a draw, but it was a game that ebbed and flowed, and it ebbed and flowed on the final day with a flurry of wickets, making it at least exciting when we all thought it was going to be mandatory. So it all means that Glamorgan collect 14 points, Gloucester 12. It does put pressure on Derbyshire now in second after their loss against Lancashire, with Glamorgan closing the gap to 2 points. So in the sunshine they all trudge off, and they will leave Ben Callaway to take the plaudits, I'm sure, who has excelled with bat and ball. So Glamorgan not able to gain victory in the end, and you have to say a fair result by and large.
Yeah, I mean, really remarkable effort from Callaway, especially on this final day, to get as close as that on a docile surface with a pudding of a ball, and Glamorgan have come really pretty close there. They've pushed Gloucestershire, they've got down to Todd Murphy at number 9, and he's had to face 6 overs just purely himself in order to see his side through to that draw. Very much Glamorgan's draw. But I suppose in terms of the 2 games, honours relatively even. Gloucestershire having far the better of the draw at Bristol, and Glamorgan have had far the better of this draw at Cardiff. But Gloucestershire, as we've mentioned a few times before, have James Bracey and Archie Bailey really to thank as much as anything they've done today for the fact that they've been able to draw this game, batting in the first innings for the best part of 20 overs and adding a huge chunk of runs, 89 runs on as well. Bracey's 133 highlight there. Zaman Akhtar's 58, also really important, as it looked as though Gloucestershire were going to fall short of 200 in their first innings. They bowled tightly through yesterday afternoon, didn't allow Glamorgan to get away just through losing their rag out there. They kept calm heads. Singdale, Akhtar especially, I think deserve a lot of credit for the way that they pounded in on an unforgiving surface and actually were able to pick up that second bowling point for Gloucestershire. And in terms of the standings, just thinking that way, it could very easily be a 4-point gap between the 2 sides from this game, because Glamorgan fell shy of that 400 and could have denied Gloucestershire their second bowling point. As it is, it was the other way round, and it was Singdale and Akhtar who took those 2 wickets there. And then as far as the batting today, Miles Hammond was the mainstay, 84 from 170, but everybody got into double figures, everybody did something. It wasn't as convincing perhaps a final day as maybe Gloucestershire might have liked it to be, but through a combined effort they have got themselves over the line and secured the 8 points for the draw that mean they are still, although they are going to need excellent Cheltenham, you feel, in a month's time when they play Lancashire and Middlesex, who will be the 2 sides actually directly below them. Well, 2 of the sides actually, because Northamptonshire is still in progress, but 2 of the sides directly below them in the table. They'll need a really big chunk of points out of Cheltenham, but in this draw they have kept their chances of promotion alive.
The highlights for Glamorgan, batting-wise, none other than Ben Callaway, 139 for the Chepstow youngster that shared a mammoth partnership of 254 with Colin Ingram, who scored 117, and lower down there was a notable effort from Chris Cook, who made 75, Captain Sam Northeast 48, and with the ball in the second innings, well, only 2 wicket takers. James Harris took the first one long time ago this morning of Cameron Bancroft, but there, Ben Callaway again, his best figures in first class cricket, 6 for 111. Unfortunately it wasn't to be from a Glamorgan perspective in the end, but they've shared a competitive 4-day draw with Gloucestershire, and as we mentioned, 14 points they receive and are breathing down the necks of Derbyshire, who are only 2 points above them in second place in Division 2 of the County Championship. So that is it. That wraps our coverage up over the last 4 days. I hope you have enjoyed what you've heard, ball by ball commentary here on BBC Sport Online. We will be back on Friday at Taunton, where we are back in T20 action. And yourself, Ed?
Friday again, at 7 o'clock start for the game against Essex, as Gloucestershire are pretty much in must-win mode in the Blast, looking to dig themselves out of the hole. They dug themselves at the start of the campaign, but critical T20 matches, and then we look forward to Cheltenham.
Indeed, so hopefully the respective supporters can join us on BBC Sport Online. My thanks to Ed Seaborn, Nick Webb and Edward Bevan, who joined us on the first day's play. But from a glorious Sophia Gardens in the sunshine. A very good evening, noswaith dda.